Hello.
Hello.
Oh, hello. Welcome to my
Okay,
hello.
you're muted in Google Meets, baby.
No! Why?
Always.
There we go.
There we go.
Hello,
Hi,
welcome to my
Sleepy.
dungeon.
We love that for you. We love your dungeon.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I worked very hard on it. There are 3 traps and 3 secret passageways inside this episode, so I hope you can find them. Not inside the world, just in the episode itself for chat to find.
Oh, perfect. I love that.
Yep.
Someone's car alarm is going off in the street. We're gonna ignore it as much as we can.
That's my Lambo. Sorry, bestie.
Listen, you're gonna come in your Lambo, you're gonna have the alarm go off, but you're not gonna come up and see me, and that is offensive. Anyway, so welcome to Death2Divinity, the first all-fat, all-queer D&D 5e actual play show and podcast. Welcome. This is episode 11. If you missed the announcement this week, we are no longer only doing 15 episodes for season 1. We are actually doing 20 episodes for season 1, with our finale being on December 17th. At 8:30 p.m. EST, the normal time that we stream. So yay, that's so exciting. Few things right off the bat. Number 1, this episode as usual has a Die Hard Dice giveaway involved just because. Secondly, our YouTube channel, as far as I know, Papa, has 153 subs.
Oh shit!
Do we get an act of kindness, or do they have to get to 200?
No, you don't get an act of kindness for getting to 100 during the off hours. Now, if we got to a 200 during stream, there's a conversation Chad and I could have.
Okay. What if we work in Hollywood and our guild is striking on Monday, Katie May? Then do we get an act of kindness for IATSE members? Everyone?
If you are in a union,
Solidarity, bitch.
you
I love
get an
you.
act of kindness. If you are currently helping your workplace unionize, you get advantage.
I do.
So I should stop talking.
Wait, is that real? Are you getting
I
the
know,
advantage for helping my
genuinely
workplace
though,
unionize? Because
I don't want to put any of us in danger. I don't want to. Ooh, being in a union is scary and dangerous sometimes.
You should be for real.
Oh.
Can I have the advantage, please?
Speaking of unionizing, we might be playing Dungeons & Dragons, but we want to shout out to Paizo for trying to unionize this week. Successfully unionizing is from what I hear. Doing a great job over there. Thank you for helping be the first domino of unionizing the TTRPG industry. Hopefully there are many more to come. Shout out to Molly, who is joining the Hollywood basically, do you want to talk about it? Do you want to tell people who might not be involved in the industry just like a brief little bit about what is happening over there?
Yes, so I am a writer's assistant for a Hollywood show known as Titans on HBO Max. If any of you like superhero stuff, that's that. Staff members, crew members, so many people in IATSE are striking because new media, which is stuff like streaming services, don't pay crew members as much as, a network TV show would, because it's like new media, even though they like win a ton of Emmys and stuff and have so much money. So that's just the top of the crust, fair pay, actual hours off of work, because there's always like you're not supposed to be working, but you secretly are. There's like a thing in the industry called Fraturdays, Fridays, and Saturdays, where you just work into the next day. Lots of wild stuff. If you want to see a lot of personal stories, I would recommend going to IA Stories on Instagram. You get to see people anonymously tell their own stories of what's going on in Hollywood, because we're the people that make the shows you watch. I'm not on the cruise, but I'm in the writer's room taking notes. I'm very thankful. I work with very nice people, but not everyone is as lucky as me. So we are striking this Monday for reasonable rest, fair pay, fair wages, and for new media to pay us what we fucking deserve. So look into that, please.
Hell
yeah. Do we want to speak from a union perspective, Sam? I know that you're looking for advantage, so I'm giving you your chance to earn it.
Oh yeah. So some of you know this, but not all of you. In addition to being a full-time graduate student, I'm also a full-time bookseller because who has time to do anything in capitalism? So my bookstore, I work at an indie bookstore based in Brooklyn, and we just unionized. So currently our store owners are in negotiations with our union to get us things like better pay, better hours, better benefits, clearer outlining of like what is expected of us as booksellers, what is expected of us as shifts leads, just like better transparency and communication kind of across the board. Less of a power imbalance between management and floor staff, because that's a major thing. And it's very exciting. It's also a lot of work, and there's a lot that has to go into it. I have not been as active on the union as active on the unionizing front as I would like to be, because I am somewhat new to the store, and a lot of this was like in place before I got there. But since arriving and like learning about what's happening, it's been something that's like at the forefront of my mind all the time. Very pro union. If you have the ability to organize your workplace, I strongly encourage you to do that. It can be very scary. It can be very difficult because there are so many union busting practices that happen, even though they are technically illegal. Capitalism is a scourge, as we all know. We hate it. We hate to see it. But yeah, hell yeah, unions, solidarity to anybody who is or is not unionized at the moment. And I hope that all of you get good, fair, and equal pay for fair and equal work.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well deserved.
There you go.
There are unfortunately no unions in Terrapine, which we will discuss this evening.
I, the player,
We'll see why that sucks pretty soon.
do I, the player, get union advantage?
Well, here's the thing: is a thank you for talking for that for me. I'm gonna give everyone here in the party advantage on one roll tonight. Use it wisely. If you are someone who just are hearing about some of this and are like, I'm really unfamiliar with this and I would like to be, as always, the internet is a great tool at your disposal.
One more quick point.
Yeah, one more quick, please.
Please, if y'all want to purchase books for holiday gifts this year, order early and order local. Please, please, please do not give Bezos more money. And please, please, please consider being like on top of your shit. The supply chain is an absolute nightmare, and we're having a really hard time even getting in like popular books of the last couple of years because of the supply issues that are happening. So like if you know that books are on your to buy list for gifts, please do that right now. And if you don't have a local bookstore, or if you don't know how to get to your local bookstore, or you can't get to your local bookstore, you can order through bookshop.org, and the proceeds go to indie bookstores all across the country. So,
but man, Death2Divinity, I would love to buy a book for my loved one for the year, but I don't know what to buy. I have some recommendations for you. Well, the first and most Fat and Queer, a lovely anthology of fat and queer writers talking about those identities, and one of our cast members even wrote something for it. Highly suggest. And then the other book, it's just a personal recommendation, but I've been finding a lot of solace in it. This is Exile and Pride, which talks about disability, queerness, and liberation. It talks about sort of how it plays in the economy and the history of it. Highly recommend if you're looking for something to kind of like keep you centered during confusing hard times. So those are my recommendations.
And if we hit 2,000 followers on Twitter, we're giving away 2 signed copies of this baby. So you can
Yeah!
We're so close, aren't we?
We're
super
very close. We're like a little over 100 away. Speaking of goals, besties, we are 7 patrons away from our next Patreon goal, and if we unlock that tonight during show, there will be not 1 but 2 dice giveaways this evening. So if you are not a patron, consider pledging. It's $3 a month. You get a bunch of bonus content such as character journals, playlists, little ficlets that we tend to write because we're in Tumblr in 2012, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Also going up there tomorrow is the brand new map of Acrimon that Katie May made for us. So if you want to look at the new map of Acrimon,
Do you want to show it off on stream?
yeah, we can show it off on stream. Let me pull it up for them.
So
I worked
pretty.
so hard.
It's so good.
Yeah, let me pull it up for them. Hold on.
I worked
so
my bones
good.
off.
You worked so hard. It looks so good. Let me. One
Oh,
second.
Liza, you've seen it.
Liza's seen it, I guess.
Mm.
Bestie.
No, that wasn't my doing, besties. I don't know.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
That was convincing.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah. Yeah, insight pick on Sam.
I have no bones. I have no memory of this. Oh no.
I put it on fan house. I forgot. I'm so sorry. That's on me.
I can't believe I was just accused of treason on stream.
It's just
Really, my bad.
treason.
I
Wow.
exonerate you.
I should get extra inspiration just because of that false
Okay, all of our
accusation.
cameras are going away for a second so I can show chat the map. Besties, look at this map. Look at this map, sweet beans.
It's so good.
That's my map.
It's such a good map.
Love it.
We finally we finally got to I finally got it made. That big mountain right next to the Imperial Tundra is where a bunch of our friends died in the one shot.
Mhm.
Love
We are currently on top of that little turtle in the Arena Empire.
here.
And then God only knows where Kurthus is floating right now.
Yeah.
Nice.
Anyway, that's
So,
map.
yeah. Anyways, yeah, thanks for contributing to the Patreon. It frees up some time for me to, just make assets like this. You're gonna see a map I made in Dungeon Draft today. Can't wait for us to explore the world a little bit more.
Yeah,
besties.
and then besties, if you have not RT'd that going live tweet or hosted the stream, those are two free and easy ways to support not only the channel but also the show. We are an indie D&D show who works really hard, to be quite honest, not to toot our own horn. We work very, very hard. So any extra support.
also like very hot. So
Yeah, we're also
I
very
don't know how that
hot.
I don't know how that ties into like the algorithm equation, but
Yeah,
Can
we're
I get
also very
inspiration
hot.
for being so sexy?
why do you keep ignoring me?
I'm so
Normally it's me.
I was falsely accused of treason.
Kita and Winona, Kita and Lyrica,
I didn't do anything.
2 inspirations for
I
you
didn't do
two.
anything.
1 inspiration for the rest for you
I didn't
3.
fucking do anything.
You've done everything.
gonna cry.
Every time you ask, well, do I get advantage if I watch this shitty TV show with
Because
you?
you
should
make
just
me
do it
watch
because
shitty
you
No.
Alright.
Oh,
I want to play Dungeons and Dragons, and you're in my way. So you know what?
You asked me to lead, and then you took it over.
Sorry,
But do I?
talk about unions.
For being so sexy though.
I didn't do anything.
But isn't it like frustrating how sexy I am? Would you give me like advantage or something?
Molly, you're gonna get disadvantaged. Stop.
I
You can't
I know.
afford it.
so excited to explore how I feel about this soon. But first, I think someone's got to come for Molly's crown. So recaps?
Yeah, Molly, who's going first, baby?
Who's going first? Sam.
Who's on first?
why is it always me? Well, can I use my inspiration to ask somebody else to go first?
What the
What
fuck?
the fuck?
It's always me, y'all. I can't do it again. Somebody else needs to start. I'm over it. I'm protesting.
I'll start.
Oh my god.
So brave.
I'll start.
I'm calling for anarchy.
Okay,
Kita
I'm
gets
gonna
20
do it
seconds for
anyway, so,
Kita
I'm
gets
gonna
20
do that.
seconds instead of
What?
I'm
15.
in love with you.
I
I
love
want you to
you.
know.
Okay, sick.
This
Am I going now?
defiance of my authority has been noted.
I forgot my
Your
phone and the
authority, or
timing.
is it Molly's authority? Because Molly said I
Oh.
was going first.
No. The rules of the game are my domain, sweet Sam, and you have tread across them. But Akita will be going first, and I love Kita very much for this. Let's hear this recap.
Hell yeah, Kita. You ready?
Yeah.
3, 2, 1, go!
Nakia gets confronted. We do a batch brawl, and unfortunately, we lose. Brian is gaily self-deprecating themselves. I can't read my own handwriting. Oh, a creepy dynasty gives Brian a note that we have to figure out. And also, we go to Long Island Paddington Bear Store.
Hell yeah.
Incredible.
Hell yeah. Who's going, baby?
There we go.
You ready?
Never.
Okay.
Oh
3, 2, 1, go!
We kicked ass, and it doesn't matter that we lost, we still kicked ass. Winona swung her axe, there were lots of vines and wings, and then there was oh my god, the shop. The shop was beautiful. We got so much stuff for the shop, and then we ended up going into the entrance to, oh crap. No, I forgot the name!
Oh, the name of the shop?
Terrapine?
No.
The guild,
the guild.
Zubafax.
Superfax. There we go. My brain kept wanting to say Hawkmongress, and I knew that wasn't right.
Yes, we're heading to Zubafax. The shop's name was Pannington. The man's name was Pannington. These are the things you must know.
Lyrica, who's going, Sweeping?
Molly.
Hell yeah.
Yay!
I will be a time
Alright.
fatty. Hold on. Alright, Sweeping. Are you ready?
Yes.
Alright, in 3, 2, 1, go.
Backroll, we lose. There's scary darkness, a lot of tense healing afterwards. I mean, like a cool necromancer. We go to Pannington's, learn about the Shadowfell, the Feywild, and the Crust, the core with the elemental plane. We get the stamp to go into the Terrapine. If we fuck around, we die, by the way. Also Pannington's.
That's all. Who's going, baby?
Now Sam has to follow that? Oh no, Jude still has to go too. Okay.
I'll go. That's fine.
Molly gets to
Molly
pick.
gets to
What?
pick who
No, I was
goes.
just saying I'll go. Like, I'll go. I don't have to go
Molly, you were
last.
muted, so I didn't hear your selection.
I'll let Sam go now that they're ready.
Oh, wow.
Are you
Okay.
ready?
Yeah,
Okay.
let's go. That's right.
3, 2, 1, go.
We battled Nakia. Brian almost fucking died, and then Gideon said "bye, bitch," which was fantastic. Excellent conversation, 10 out of 10. Brian also got a super weird note. There were some bones; those have been resolved, and now we have some cool fucking weapons from Pannington. And
Woo.
Brian said, "I love you" to Gideon.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
That was a big one.
that was the thing that happened.
Was a big one.
Was a big one.
Rip besties. All right, Adriel.
Hello. Okay, I'm
Ready?
Yeah.
Okay. 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, we fought there was a big darkness. Ozzel's arm almost got cut off. Winona did lots of big stuff. Winona also threw their axe at Current by accident in the dark. Brian almost died multiple times. She got healed by Ystera. We went to Paddington's. We found really cool stuff. Misha found a pistol gun that looks like a shrimp.
Oh my god, the shrimp gun.
Did we run out of time early? That felt like that went by extra
I
fast.
forgot about the shrimp gun.
It
Somehow.
was emotionally fast for sure. For bonus points that don't transfer into anything tangible for you, does someone want to tell me why the bones got resolved?
Because Brian's. Oh, sorry. I can let someone else answer. I always answer these questions because that's just who I am as a person. I can let someone else answer if they would like to answer.
Secret canceled
Current-
the contract because Current joined the guild.
Thanks,
It's
Corinne.
very true. And do we know who called the contract?
No.
We do
No.
not. All right. Okay. Well,
Oh, Mods, can we have
any-
a poll, please? Thank you.
yes, can I get a poll going for who deserves, who put the work in? I must know. I think it was a bit closer this time. I'm excited to see who wins. Now, my sweet players, my sweet angelic, non-mean players, do you have anything you'd like to say or do before we begin the session tonight?
I love you.
Say it back.
I love you.
I love you.
I
Thank
love
you.
you. I love you
Thank
so
you.
much. I love
you.
you forever, maybe, which is
Forever.
quite a commitment.
There was a
I-
maybe attached to it.
Well, if Brian says I love you before they've kissed, I can say I love you forever before I've seen you in person, I guess.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's true.
You know,
sure.
something like that.
For sure.
All right. Yeah.
Don't
let me
forget
know
to
the
send
deck.
me that secret thing.
Oh shit. Okay. Yes. Well, as we
Thank you
as
for
I
the
share
poll,
that with
Mods. We
Stan.
love you.
Thanks, mods.
you.
Ooh. Reminder, tipping mods always available.
Mhm.
Chaos bar to create chaos at the table also available. Those things are still standing strong tonight. Sam, I'm sending you the secret
Thank you.
right
Whoever's
now.
using their channel points to rig this poll, I'm angry.
All right. You know what? I love a democracy. Okay, here we go. Any other things you guys would like to talk about, cover, check in, final call, going once, going twice, going thrice?
I don't. No.
Okay. Let me just. Ooh. Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, time to head in then. So where we last, I'm actually going to go ahead and pull us on over to the Terrapine information map. As we head back over here, we can take a look at who we are and where we're going. All right. So we just cleared the Terrapine Industries and are quickly heading into what is called a Terrapine Greater, which means just sort of like the part of Terrapine where like its citizens live, and you've either like joined a guild or like gotten approval from all of the guilds to enter, which I think the 5 of you kind of quickly learned isn't the easiest thing in the world to gain entrance into Terrapine. You either have to be rich or well connected. I don't think you guys discovered if you were either of those things. But you have still made it through. Nonetheless, you've cleared that guild checkpoint, which I've just highlighted. You noticed the absolute wreckage of the Arboreon, basically, that is in the center of Terrapine, this lovely grove that Brian's father, Hugo Potts, Pottsdiggle, sorry, 2 last names, Hugo Pottsdiggle, used to like run in his, for how many hundreds of years did he run this grove?
So he's only in like his 200s, like he's in his 2nd century, so.
Oh, he's pretty young.
Well, halflings live to be about 300.
I thought gnomes. Sorry. Yes,
That's
you are a
okay.
halfling.
Yeah, he's older. He's probably been running it for at least Brian's lifetime though, and she's almost 107, so like a century.
Okay. All right. So 100 years he has been running this grove. And I think the trees have like thrived under his care. Did he have any particular favorites? Was there like a particular fruit tree that he was partial to?
I think he actually had like a little bonsai tree that he just liked to take care of for himself. It wasn't for like a practical reason at all. It was just like his little pet bonsai tree.
And is that still in your house? Luke, when you left, was that in your house or is it in the house? Okay.
Yeah.
Good to know. All right. So, cool. So yeah. And then you would know, Brian, that the Zubifex Guildhall is in District 9, which I am pinging. It is actually inside one of the legs of the turtles. It is inside the right back leg of the turtle. So, 9 also has homes to like your neighborhood, right? Like District 9. Oh my God, is that the name of a movie? Unfortunate.
It is.
District. This district. What is a different neighborhood 9? Legally distinct neighborhood 9.
Distinct neighborhood 9. Phenomenal.
So you know that like the flower shop that Ystira used to own that is now owned by Daisy is here. You know that your guild hall is here, your old house is here. All the shops that you used to go to, the grocery stores are here. So that's home. It's also all the way across town. You know that 11, 12, and 13, basically 10, 11, 12, and 13 are like the super rich parts of Terrapine because they're actually like a layer up. You can kind of see on this inside view, there are like 2 distinct layers to Terrapine. What is like on the ground floor and what is sort of carved into, because you know how a tortoise shell kind of have each of those domes, those many domes that make up the shell itself. Mm-hmm. It is almost as if those domes themselves have been carved out to make another like higher layer of housing, and that's where the really nice housing is, right? The floor sort of structure of Terrapine has been torn down and recrafted as a small turf war, oops, a fire. Oops, a Fae got let in. Just torn down and rebuilt. It definitely has a feeling of ruins to it. None of the architecture makes sense next to each other because you've also had to spend hundreds of years in here. So there is just trends on top of trends on top of dead bodies on top of dead bodies. But it's still made to look as nice a town as possible, as good as you can get without the sun. And you all are staring down the bulk of this city. You can see those really nice neighborhoods on these makeshift bridges leading up, and then you can see building stacked up on a building on top of a building that's been knocked over but is now sort of being rehabilitated as a building on its side, right? Like just that sort of feeling. As you're looking down, like 13 legally distinct neighborhoods and not districts of Terrapine itself. And Brian, you know where you've been called, but you also know that there's a lot of things on the way, right? You could stop by 2 and buy weapons. You could go to District 7 and talk to the cadavers about like anything they've noticed recently, or you can talk to them like they asked you to. You could go to 4 and shop for clothes. You could head over to 3 and make deals with many of the merchants who reside there. Truly, the floor is yours now that you've been given clearance, but the prioritization is up to you.
So I think once we are like in Terrapine proper, Brian has a moment of just feeling extremely kind of overwhelmed.
Mm-hmm.
And I think she almost has a moment of like decision paralysis where she knows that they need to get to this meeting. I'm sorry, I'm seeing.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Molly, chat can see the chat. I just need you to know.
Woof.
Hey, maybe I want him to see.
Molly, people can see the chat.
I know.
My God, but I think she knows that like they need to get to this meeting. But I think entering in, she kind of has this moment of like, oh, there's all these places that we could go on the way, and she has that moment of like, I don't know what to do.
Yeah, I want to ask you 2 questions because I know you're capable of answering them. What is the most familiar to you about this new site, and what is the least familiar to you about this site?
About Terrapine proper, or about?
Mm-hmm.
So most familiar is definitely going to be the Grove, like the area where she worked with her dad, but also the flower shop, because for her last 10 or 15 years in Terrapine, that's where she was living. Wasn't that?
Can you see
apartment?
The flower shop from where we are?
Can I? That's a good question.
You tell me. Right there.
We're at the X, right?
Yeah. So you're at
And
the
then her
X,
flower
and
shop is
the
over in
flower shop's
9.
over here. So it's like across the way, and you can kind of see. I've made a terrible version of chutes and ladders on this map. You can kind of get a feel for like what is elevated and what is low. So 1 is actually tallest and kind of looking down at 9.
Mm-hmm.
So you could like theoretically see just like, was there an iron flower carved to sit atop?
I was gonna say, I think she can probably see the rooftop because I think they
Mhm.
had a little rooftop garden.
Oh my gosh! And since the grove is dead, like that is the only
spot of green.
it's the only spot of green in your whole panoramic view.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And I think
Impressive.
that's the thing that actually gives her that moment of decision paralysis, is like she sees it and she just has this moment of like just like heart clenching, like, oh fuck, like what am I doing here? I left here. I shouldn't be back. Kind of that feeling. And then I'm sorry, what was the second question?
You've answered both of them. Least familiar.
Least
Is there
familiar.
anything that you're not that takes you by surprise?
I think the scar where the grove was, like the hollowed out like ruin,
a sickening purple,
is just. I think it actually makes her feel queasy.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Can I get a Constitution saving throw from you? Well, I go on to ask the other 4 You can answer one of these two questions or both. If I'm not going to give you anything for it. I
That's
love how
3 on that Constitution
thanks for that
save.
3, bestie. I'll revisit it shortly. I love how transactional these relationships have become. I'm not going to give you anything for it, but if you would like, please tell me either like what your PC finds most exciting about this site or the most daunting. I'm going to start with Adrielle.
I think Adri is looking at the grove, and to her it reminds her of when that second garden got destroyed.
Mm-hmm.
And so she's just looking at that, and then she kind of like looks at Brian and then like looks back at the grove that's been like destroyed. And I think that's all that she can really like think about, because like she now sees that like this really is like a place without sunlight, and I think that she's just trying to figure out like how that works, coming from a place that like there is no like cover, right? And so I think that's the thing she finds the most fascinating, but also the most horrifying, is that grove in the center.
Yeah. Absolutely. What about Current?
I think the site of how kind of inner Terrapine greater Terrapine is laid out is very reminiscent to Current of the sites that they would see when they would sneak out of the castle, and they would kind of watch how life outside of the castle interacted, and kind of maybe making that connection. And I don't know how visible it is for us that there is definitely this upper area where
pretty dang
more
clear.
wealthy people. Okay, then yeah,
that
and then
wealth gap
definitely
is visible.
Then definitely kind of like that feeling of, oh well, this reminds me of a part of the castle that I do not like.
I mean, like, that's the thing about like Kurthus. You know, many things could be leveraged against it. The breakdown of low class to middle class to high class was much more equitable than whatever the fuck this is. Kind of seems like there is like a low class, you are working for high class, and high class. What about Winona?
I think Winona is mostly like soaking it all in. This is, you know, having spent her whole entire life like in Curtis, and like in the weeds and stuff. This is a completely different world for her.
Oh yeah.
And also getting to see like where her bestie's from. So it's kind of cool to like see another layer of Brian. That of course, like on this trip, she's getting to know and see more. But I think she takes it to heart when she gets to see the hometown of where somebody that she cares about is from.
Yeah, and I think it's like easy to think about like the kids from the weeds when you see this town, because a lot of the times the kids from the weeds are like, no government is the answer. That's how we'll be free. No monarchy, no government, no religious faction to tell us what to do. That's how we'll get by.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the direct result of that kind of situation where it's like, no gods, no masters. Hope you align to the right guilds, right?
Mm-hmm.
So just seeing that in action to what like many of your peers' like dream is, I also think is a very like thing Winona may or may not unpack at any point, but I think it's definitely like there. What about Gideon?
I think Gideon gets hit with sort of a mix of feeling claustrophobic and like sensory overload. Just being from Kurthus and being able to see the horizon as far as possible and then going to inside of a turtle shell. I think seeing it all laid out now, like they feel a little dizzy for a second, like, oh, I'm like inside, and it's all stacked on top of each other and everything's fallen over and built on top of other things.
Can I ask how many times Gideon unironically called Kurthus a cage?
Oh, more than I can count.
Okay, good. Yeah. So I would say that Gideon, Current, Winona, and Adrielle, you are all standing not only seeing this view of Terrapine itself, but also like your friend sort of in front, like taking in that sight. And I think we see Brine stumble a little bit almost as this fatigue sort of is the final piece of straw. Brine, I would say, because of that failed constitution roll, there are a lot of things that someone could feel at this site. Loss, joy, but you look at that scar, and the only feeling that seems to be available to you in this moment is pure wrath. So, also you won. Congratulations, take your inspiration.
I broke even. Thanks, chat.
You usurped Molly for a week. We'll see if she can claim the throne when she returns. So I think you are all like seeing like actually, can I get a perception check from everyone just to see how cool we can kind of how smart, if we can get a Sherlock moment from any of you. You could also roll a medicine check if your medicine is higher.
21 perception.
21. Nice.
21 perception or 25 medicine.
Okay. Is anyone else topping a 15?
No. I rolled an 11 perception, 6 medicine.
Well, all right.
There's so many ceilings here.
So and only ceilings. No fans. All right. So as you are all I think it is only Adriel who you are like taking this sight in, and like you can see each of your friends enraptured by this visage in some way, shape, or form. But Adriel, it is you who notices right place, right time. You see almost like a wisp of dark purple smoke emanate from Brian's back and then just become one with the air in an effortless moment. If you had not caught it, there would be no indicator. And that's where we find ourselves. You all are on the big steps, kind of like the steps leading up to a museum. You're there, but it's like steps down into Terrapine Greater. You hear like people say, "Nah, coming through!" As they walk past you. Someone sneezes at your feet. That's kind of weird. So, and then, but yeah, it's all y'all. It's all you.
I think Brian is just like very zeroed in, like staring at the scar where the grove was. And I think her shoulders have gone really tight. And she has her hands clenched into fists at her sides. And like, if you were to look at her like from the side or from the front, you would see that she has her jaw clenched really tight. And she's breathing very slow and very steady through her nose. But it's that kind of like, I am trying not to lose my shit kind of breathing.
And you want to know who's never picks up on stuff like that? People who are trying to sell you things. You are standing there at this precipice, and then you hear, "Hey, you a bunch of tourists who are just getting into Terrapine for the first time. I can see it in your eyes. Well, luckily for you, 3 copper pieces. Tourist's Guide to Thriving in Terrapine. T. Technically TGTT. Anyways, TTT. Tourist Guide. 5 copper pieces. Who's in?
We don't need a tourist guide. Move on.
Are you sure? Don't look in your eyes.
We are not your customers. Move on.
All right, but if you need a guide, folks like you get lost in here pretty easy. Let me know. And he kind of turns around, looking for someone new to sell to.
Crack her neck a little bit and take a deep breath.
Mm-hmm.
And then she says, like, muttering a little bit, but I think anybody who's, like, close to her, so I don't know who that would be, can't hear her say this, but she just, like, kind of, like, cracks her neck and takes a little second, then she goes, Terrapine's a city full of thieves, except for all these vultures trying to take everybody's fucking money. Like, we have anything to spare 3 copper pieces for a fucking tourist guide. Tourists don't come to Terrapine. Jesus. She's like muttering really angrily.
Adri like notices all of the things that just transpired, and she kind of like taps Winona on the shoulder, and she goes, so, do you want to ask Brian where we're going, or should I, or?
No, I got it.
Okay.
I got it.
Okay.
So I'm gonna make my way. Hey, Brian.
What?
Hello to you too. Where are we going exactly? What's next?
I'm sorry.
You good, Bubby?
No.
Do you want to talk about it?
You see that big, purple, ugly-looking hole over there?
Yeah. I mean, it looks like it has like a little bit of something. It's not all
That's
purple.
what they're claiming my dad did.
Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna leave. If you need any, that's a lot. I'm sorry I bothered you. I'm gonna.
Sorry I bothered you. Never mind. We're just.
It's that gift from 30 Rock, which isn't funny. But when he's like petting her with the broom, like there.
It's such a heavy, and I like.
Yeah, when people are like, hey, how's your day? And they're like, oh, my mom died, and you're like, yeah, okay. So
I'm
does Winona just like
sorry.
retreat?
No, I just. I think I just. I'm so bad at comforting people because I just like pat Brian on the shoulder because I know that Brian also doesn't really appreciate feeling soft. So I'm just like, you're going through a lot right now, and I'm so sorry. And I'm here for you. I'm gonna shut up now. Okay.
And I think Brian kind of like goes a little tense under Winona's hand, but then like actively like you hear her like inhale and then exhale very slowly, and then she reaches up and just like pats your hand once just to be kind of like thank you kind of a gesture, and then she puts her hand back down at her side and she takes another deep breath and she says, it's fine because I'm gonna murder whoever fucking framed my dad. Do we want to head straight to this meeting, or is there anything that anybody wants to see? It's not much.
We can follow you.
Yeah.
We're here for you, so you decide where we're going.
You lead the way.
You lead the way.
And I think she kind of has this moment of like staring off into the distance of just like looking at that little green patch over in Precinct 9. That's what we're calling them now, right? Precincts?
Sectors?
Yes, please.
Wasn't it
Was it precinct? Oh, it's sectors. Okay, sector.
Either
Over
is
in
fine.
Sector 9. And then she like visibly kind of like shakes that off.
Yeah, so as you if you are in charge of leading everyone there, do you like take measures to walk around like the grove, or do you like bite the bullet and go through that?
She's going to want to walk through it and roll an investigation check when she does. I think she's going to try to look for signs of what happened, like what actually happened. Because she refuses to believe that her dad was responsible for what happened to this grove.
Right. Okay. So interesting. Okay. So, you all start walking down to get to the grove. I just need to know, while everybody's walking, is there something in particular that you're doing, that you're keeping an eye out for? Are you having any conversations with each other? Are you planning anything? Right. I'm just looking for like things you're keeping an eye out for, any sort of precautions you're taking, right? Like, we're moving stealthily, and then you could tell me why, or I'm keeping a perception open. I can have you roll that, right? Anything like that, any conversations you want to have along the way. This is now the time to let me know.
I think Audrey's keeping her perception open to see if she sees anyone just being weird. Just like a general eye.
All right, I will take a perception check from you. Anyone else?
I think I'm gonna do the same because new place.
Okay.
Yeah, me too. After the other
12.
part of terrifying.
20.
6.
Why are you screaming, sir?
20.
Damn. Okay, so a 20 from Current and Winona, a 6 from Gideon. Gideon, why are you too distracted to be any good at this?
I think, again, it's like sensory overload where Gideon wants to
Right.
stop at every place. And there's so much happening and so many people that they can't like parse out what is worth focusing on.
Right.
So they're just watching Current and Winona be better at. They're like, okay, so they seem like
Okay.
they got it.
Yeah. Okay. That makes complete sense to me. So with those perception checks, I just want to check real quick that there is nothing specific that you are looking out for. Right. So examples of that could be like, I'm looking out for anyone who looks like me. I'm just looking for other Genasi to see what they're up to. It could sound like I'm looking to see if there's any indicators for other Kurthus citizens, right? Like I want to see if there are any people like us making a life down here, right? Any specifics that you two are looking for.
I think Current maybe is just keeping an eye out to see if anybody is generally looking at us, or I guess more specifically if they're looking at Brine, since Current has seen people within Terrapine kind of whispering and looking before, and just keeping an eye out for that, and to see if what Brine is doing, since like we're walking through this area, like if there's any purpose.
Okay.
For us doing
Yeah.
that.
Okay. And then Winona, are you looking out for anything specific?
I think it was like I had the same sentiment of looking out to see if anybody wants to fuck with Brian or therefore the rest of us.
Oh yeah, I love that energy. Okay, cool. I will say, you got above a 20, right? Current?
20.
Yeah. Okay. Current. You are walking through Terrapine, minding your own dang business. And I think that like just as we're getting to the Grove, most everyone else is kind of distracted by like looking at Brine, checking in, making sure their bestie is okay. I think that your eyes wandered and let you find something. Before we get to that, though, I'm going to tackle everything else. So, you are all walking through Terrapine Greater. Again, thank God Brian is here, right? Or else you'd be like, whoa, what are these roads? Right? If New York City is great because it's on a grid, this is whatever, like the devil conjured the opposite
Boston.
of. It's Boston. That jokes make sense to people who understand Boston. Oh,
It's a
dunk on
spiral.
Boston. Did it.
It's a spiral. It's
oh,
awful.
what?
It's fucked up.
Okay. Yeah, but it's like the spiral was like broken, and then they were like, yeah, but now it's like a firework. Get it? Instead of a fire. And so it's like gone through like 6 iterations of road naming. And so like one road is named like one road is named like 95 Avenue, and then like you'll go to the next road and
You're muted. I think God wanted to stop
oh my
you from
God, God
confusing
was
us.
like, stop talking about
I was like, was
roads.
it just me?
Oh,
Oh,
me
no.
for a second. I was
God
like,
was
oh,
like,
no.
enough infrastructure talk.
Everything went so quiet all at once. Absolute disaster to go through. Thank God Brian is there. You're able to kind of like dodge through the corners to get where you need to go. A lot of the times this town is set up to like trap people into shopping, right? So like you'll be walking down a road and suddenly you're in like a shopping day. How did I get here? Guess I'll spend all my gold. Or just like in a neighborhood, right, that you suddenly don't know and you don't belong to. But you managed to make it through in relative safety until you get to District 5. Nope. Precinct Sector 5, which is the Broken Grove.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, bestie.
Would this be an appropriate time to use my infiltration mechanics? Trying to get into
No.
the grove? No? Okay.
No, because the grove is open because it's like dead. And
I
no one
wasn't
wants
sure if it was being like guarded or anything.
So I think that there are like I think that there is one guy from the cadavers who is kind of like babysitting the grove.
A single man.
And so I think that you approach that single man sort of like at the it's not like the build, it's just kind of like a 6 foot tall fence, so it's not really doing that much to keep people out. You could easily go around should this man be a bother to you. But I think you approach him, and he is very average, actually human man. He's bundled up in like 6 coats, even though it's not cold here. And he's wearing these like puffy little coats, and he's got his hands in his pockets, and he's looking kind of cold. And he says, "All right, guests, visitors, you hope you're from the guilds to gain entry."
What's wrong with you?
"I'm cold."
Why?
It's just kind of stay around this grove all day. It's not like cold, but you like get cold. It's real weird. I can't unpack it. I don't know what the fuck. I don't know how magic works. I'm just here to guard the gate. So guild members, right?
Exhibit facts. Adriel.
All right, head on in. He just straight up
Yeah?
goes to let you into the grove.
Yeah, Brian?
Is there some kind of magic that can do that?
We can find
people
out. Can I
cold?
do a gut check on the growth, please?
Yeah, so I just went ahead and dropped all of your your tokens on this map.
Yeah.
This is the grove that you stand in now. Only one single patch seems to still be living.
Ooh.
And so you've instructed Adriel to do what?
I have asked Adriel, is there a kind of magic that can do that, make people cold?
I cast, because I still have this equipped. Can I go to like the edge of the grove? Hold on. Can I go to like right here and cast detect poison and disease?
Yes, you may. Before we do that, Kurt, remember how I said you noticed something with your eyes? And well, no, don't think I forgot that you rolled well as well. So you're like at the entrance, you're standing by the man. All your friends go in without you. But your eyes are on some sort of, is that a rooftop bar? Like you have no idea, but there's like a lot of people on it, and they're like not in the little rich part district, but they're very close on a roof by it. And just from a glance, just the way the building looks, more money than less money.
And nobody else. I'm by myself, right?
Which is a very bad time to notice Merrick, isn't it? But you're like 90% sure it's that motherfucker, that rooftop right there. Like that's him. He's like half a town away, but you can notice him from half a town away because he's been a pain in your fucking ass for many years, right? Year or months?
Once I think.
About
Actually,
let me see, like a
here, I'd
year.
like to file a complaint. This is too many men.
Too many men. All right, complaint noticed. Too many. You know that it was like I got because my last show didn't pass the reverse Bechdel test.
I'm so excited to kick this man's ass. I have no complaints. I'm excited to kick this man's ass.
He's a pretty far away, but he's there. He's here. What?
Ooh. I could cover a lot of ground as a shark. The current at this moment is just, there is a war raging. Oh, this motherfucker.
There are 2 sharks inside you.
Both are gay.
Both are gay and both are lusting for blood right now. Ooh.
And Winona, I say, not only do you notice, I think you notice all the above. 1, that it's weird that the man is cold. 2, you notice that Current doesn't follow you in, and you can kind of follow her eyes. She's staring at something, but you don't know who Merrick is. So you notice that. I think you also notice that you just feel like you are being watched.
No.
Just a feeling of like, ooh, someone's eyes are on me.
Ugh.
And so those are the things my 220s notice. Adrielle, you step forward. You are casting Detect Poison.
Detect poison and disease. Yes, I can drop it in
Yeah,
chat.
yeah. So what specifics does Detect Poison give you? Does it give you the type of poison, or do I just tell you,
so.
yes, poison? Moving on.
It said, I'll drop it in chat as well.
Okay, thank you.
Says, for the duration, you can sense the presence and locations of poisons, poisonous creatures, and diseases within 30 feet of you. You can also identify the kind of poison, poisonous creature, or disease in each case. The spell can penetrate most barriers, but is blocked by 1 foot of stone, 1 inch of common metal, a thin sheet of lead, or 3 feet of wood or dirt. So I can detect.
Can I
up to
get
3
a
feet.
history check from you?
Yeah.
I think you know about this poison, but I'm not sure you know its origins. So let's get a history check to see if you can tell.
19.
This might be a good one for it. You don't even need it. All right. You are looking at this poison, Adrielle, and you're like thinking about the books that I think Gideon honestly gave to you while you were just like growing up. And I think some of the books that you were given were a lot like scary stories to tell in the dark. Just like fables about the horrors of like Flux and like the wilds down below that are specifically written to scare the shit out of children. And yeah, is that not like, yes, that's not like a wrong thing to write, but there's a very specific reason the Arcanon was like, don't give that to children. And so that's why it was not allowed. But I think like Gideon was probably like fucking obsessed with them and had most of the editions. Gideon, if you would like to name this book series at any time, you are more than welcome to. But I think that in one of these books, it was, and I think it was like a series, because each person got a book, and I don't think you got the book about this subject, but I think they were referenced in other books. Well, this book series did cover the absolute horrors of the Iron Eater Enclave, a group of vicious fae from the Iliad dynasty. And you know that one of those Iron Eater Enclave, man, you may not even remember the name, but you know that they like dealt in poisons. And the reason you think about this immediately is because this is a magical poison. You know that immediately. This is not a natural spreading poison. This is a poison that is still growing. This is a poison that is not getting contained. And it is magic. It is flux magic. It is a magic you are not familiar with. And all of those things are completely evident to you.
Is Misha still with us?
Did you let Misha come with you? That's a good question.
Probably.
Or
not.
I think so, but it's up to Brian.
Yeah, Brian.
We probably did.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Because that's going to color what I'm going to do next. Okay, great. So, because
I think Brian was very, I think Misha, so I think just for some flavor.
We come back to this decision.
I think
Misha is standing on the steps with a shrimp pistol.
Right, and I think Brian's just kind of like, what are you going to do with that?
I thought it would shoot shrimp. It doesn't. It's like, it hurts people.
Great, bring it with you.
Okay.
I assume you're coming with us. You seem attached to that idea.
Well, I am part of the team.
Okay.
I was hoping I would go.
Great, let's go. Bring your shrimp pistol.
Okay. I'll keep it drawn. That's the extent of that conversation. We now cut back
so
to
much.
Adrielle in front of the poisoned grove.
Great. So I'm just gonna take both of her hands, grab Misha's hand with one, and grab Gideon's with the other, and bring them forward to where the poison is, and kind of like bend down slightly and like look up at the two of them. And
Oh, don't touch it!
What is
I'm
happening?
not gonna touch it. I'm smarter than that. I'm not gonna touch it. Gideon, do you remember those books that we used to read as kids, the scary story ones?
Flux in the shadows below and behind you?
Yes. Okay.
Oh, those are great!
Okay.
Oh,
So
yes.
this is the like magical poison we would read about with the Iron Eater Enclave. This is that same poison. It's a
Have I heard of
it's
the Iron
flux
Eater
magic.
Enclave?
You can,
Roll something.
yeah, with
What do you want me
advantage.
to roll?
History check, please.
With advantage?
Yeah.
Normal advantage?
Normal advantage, not fake advantage.
A whole 9.
Oh, no.
Brian actually doesn't know how to read.
Yeah,
Oh.
Brian never read a single word.
Oh, I
No.
love that for you.
That's what happens when you're gay all the time. All
Right.
right, we continue.
Julian. She almost called him Misha. She's like, Julian. This is flux magic. Can you look at it and see if you can detect what it is?
It's poison.
I know that it's poison. What kind of poison is it? You know?
Flux poison.
Use your shrimp pistol on it.
Helpful, or are you just gonna stand here being an ass?
No, I'm just confused about what the. Do you want like the creator of the poison? The origin of it? What are we looking for?
I'm looking for what kind of poison it is and what it does, / how long it lasts.
Let me roll for Misha.
I'm sorry, I'm just thinking about
A 2.
Oh, right.
Well, I'm confident it's poison, and I would be happy to go back to the ship and do research on this poison if that is what is best for the team.
I don't need you to do that right now.
Alright.
I will require that of you
Absolutely fucking useless. Oh
at
my god.
some point.
Let me see if I can take a crack at
yeah,
it.
Gideon,
May I
can
roll?
you look at it, please? Can
Gideon squats and looks at the grass.
Can I give a help action, just explaining what it is again to Gideon?
I usually ask for that before the roll, bestie.
Oh, I was gonna. Oh, that's fine. I don't have to.
Okay, I'm gonna let this stand. If anything, Molly does have an advantage for the evening, which is why I'm being mean. If you needed it, it's there. But yeah, so you have an 8 as of right now.
I'll use the advantage. Sure. Why not?
Okay,
I'll take the 19.
A 19 would tell you that this is the poison of. Let me pull up her name. Her name is Corsica Nightshade. I think, honestly, if I had to guess, Gideon had a few crushes on just like the hot, evil ladies in the books as a child. And this is one of them. She was a spider lady. Oh, you know nothing about Corsica Nightshade because you weren't here for the one shot. Corsica Nightshade, spider lady, is
Extremely
the
hot.
Archfey
Fucking
of the
terrifying.
Bane domain, Bane. So she is basically like controls some sort of realm that is about like Bane, which is like poisons and toxins, and how they are used by both predator and prey. That's her whole thing. You would also know that it is fairly common for mortals to make warlock pacts with Archfey. So if you, as Gideon, were just going like on a gut check on something, you're like, well, the Iron Eater wouldn't like be here to do this. And so then what's the next logical thought? Well, okay, well, sometimes they make warlock pacts. There must be someone in the town, right? And so like that's kind of your gut check.
They like stand up from squatting, kind of look around and goes, oh, does Gideon know that this is like a real person and not like a fairy tale?
That is definitely on you to decide, because I think like you were told one thing and your gut was told another. Which one did you end up believing?
Gideon believes in every fairy tale they've ever been
Then
told.
yeah,
So then,
I'm
yeah.
pretty sure this is Santa, guys. Pretty sure Santa did this one.
They kind of like rub their hands together for a second and go, this is like a weird moment for me because this is really traumatizing for Brian, but it's like validating like a scary story. You know the spider mommy spider
spider lady?
Corsica. Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
This is I think this is. I mean, I don't think she came to Terrapine, but
Can I do
Unless-
another history check to know if that name sounds familiar?
Oh my god.
Yeah, sure, Best.
I just want to know
Sounds
if
like
I
you
know
need this.
anything.
Sounds like you need this. Sure.
I don't know anything. Not a
Nope.
goddamn thing.
Oh
I think you know the term like Iron Eater Enclave. I think you were just like,
Okay.
oh, a bunch of fucking shit out there that could kill me. Cool. There's shit in here that could kill me. I'm gonna learn the name of that.
That makes
But I don't
sense.
give
All
a
right.
fuck about anything else.
That's fair. Okay,
no.
cool, thanks.
unless Brian's dad was one of her warlocks, I don't see how this could have been him.
My dad
Was-
doesn't have magic. What?
This is a magical poison, Brian.
Whoever investigated this
So it
did a
wasn't
bad
my
job.
dad then.
Very clearly, unless in the years you were gone, your dad became a super powerful warlock and made
That's
magical
not-
poison.
That's not something my dad would do. That doesn't sound
Well,
right
I
at
mean,
all.
the person, Brian's dad could have done it. Brian's dad just could have been the person to help the person come in and poison it, right? We can't completely exonerate your dad. Sorry, Brian.
Misha.
Oh my god.
Adri grabs like Misha like by the shoulder behind them and goes in there.
But I
just
mean, like,
goes,
innocent until
"Misha."
proven guilty. So, like, also your dad's probably innocent. Sorry, Brian. So I guess, I mean, just, you know, nuance. Why are we here again? How is this helping on our quest?
Well,
Do you want to go back
Wealth
to the ship
does
and
not teach
investigate
tact.
poison?
Yeah, I'll go back to the ship and investigate the
Okay,
poison. It was really
bye.
I
nice
need
helping
6
everyone
feet
get here.
between
I'm
us
gonna
at
go-
all times.
No,
Please.
they're just gonna go back to the ship and investigate the poison.
I'm gonna go back to the ship and investigate the poison.
Great idea. Give me that shrimp pistol.
No,
No.
let them. Have
I'll
the
see you all
shrimp
later.
pistol. Julian.
And Nisha walks away.
all right. Well,
I didn't want to send
This
them back
movie
to the
s-
ship. That was rude.
they're very eager to get far away as often as possible, so I'll just let them if they really want to.
Oh, if they're researching this poison, maybe they can figure out who the fuck framed my dad.
No, what were you saying?
I was gonna ask a table question. Would this be silly? But knowing that I have somebody who has eyes on me, and I feel uncomfortable by it, I was like thinking maybe Winona could like whip out her axe just casually.
Yeah,
Like,
kind of keep it
could
at
she
your
like
side.
roll like an intimidation check to see like if they're actually like
Oh, just kind of like you kind of subtly want to let them know, like, I
don't
know
fuck
where
with
you are.
me.
I know you're fucking watching me. You
Yeah.
can try.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Go ahead and give me an intimidation check with advantage.
Okay.
Also, Cam, I don't know if you saw, but I rolled a 16 investigation when we rolled into the grove. If you want to use that at any point.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, you got to tell me what you're investigating, Bucko.
She's trying to look for, I think, signs of like who was there. So like they're investigating the magical poison, but I think Brian's trying to figure out who was behind the framing of her dad.
Yeah, so that's pretty. So we're like a full month away from the crime. We're a full month away from the crime. The cadavers have probably fucked this up real bad, just
Fair
you
enough.
know, search wise. Like your 16 is a good roll, but this is an extraordinary hardship to stroll into a crime scene 1 month late and be like, let me
Like, I
Sherlock
know
this one.
things. All right, fair enough.
So I'm willing to give you the 16. I just need to hear about the strategy behind it to get you to an answer that no one else has been able to get to this far.
I want to go to the area of the grove where he grew the fruit trees that my mom liked.
There you go. Yeah, so you go ahead and head over to the fruit tree grove. Winona, you're sort of like swinging your axe around. Well, the feeling of being watched, you're actually not sure is going to like ever go away today, right? Just like a mixture of like paranoia, right? So that doesn't necessarily go away, but you're now pretty confident that like if someone rolls up, you're gonna be ready and you're gonna get to go first.
Okay.
So I'm gonna go ahead and count that as like mega advantage on initiative, which basically means that like you're going to get a round of a surprise round if we do need to go into initiative today, which basically means like you're going to take like a whole like turn before everyone else gets to take their turn first.
Okay.
So you now have attack of opportunity, basically.
Hell yeah.
The intimidation roll works on Gideon. They're like, in a good way. They're like, you are just the best. I like literally everything you do. And this doesn't happen with most people. I want to stress that. I find most people terrible. Literally everything you do makes me like you more. I am so happy you're with us. I feel so safe in your aura.
Oh my god. Just
Oh my god.
Swinging my axe.
I couldn't lift that. I literally couldn't lift that.
Oh my god.
I know, it kind of shuts down. It's like, yeah, thank you.
Winona, would Brian recognize her pulling out her axe as like a preemptive, like, I don't feel right, something's wrong here move?
Honestly, I think so. Like
Okay.
from things that we used to do in on Curtis, if I ever felt like a little bit endangered, this would probably naturally be my comfort move to like hold on to my axe to be ready.
Okay, so I think, assuming that KM accepts that as like, I don't need to roll for that. Okay. I think when Brian kind of goes over to like as she's walking over to the fruit trees and she sees Winona like pull out her axe, Brian just kind of like gives you like a sideways look and like raises her eyebrow a little bit. And I think it's the like best friend secret language of like, do we need to be ready for something right now? Okay, so she's gonna pull out one of her daggers and just have it like gripped in her hand, just in case.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Perfect. You head over to the fruit grove, Brian, and you are looking around. What was your mom's favorite fruit?
She really, really, really liked plums. Do plums grow on trees? Plums grow on trees, yeah.
I think so, yeah.
I don't understand.
They
how
do
fruit
in
works.
they do in Ackerman.
They do in Stardew Valley, so I'm assuming that they will in Ackerman as well. Excellent.
Yes.
Yeah, so she really liked plums.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I think that there were like 5 or 6 plum trees in this sort of fruit grove. And I think this fruit grove was like hilariously arranged in like concentric circles. And I think your dad explained it to you many times, even though you already understood, Dad, please. That like the largest ring was like the orange trees because like oranges are we need a lot of them, right? And then the second smaller ring was the plums because like I love your mom and I get to choose. And then the third smallest ring is apples, and then the second smallest ring is lemons, and then the single tree in the center is an apple tree. And I think like you approach this concentric circle fruit grove, and the orange trees are dead. So are the lemon trees and the orange trees. Sorry, lemon, orange, nope. What was the
Apple
last
with
fruit?
the single tree in the middle.
I know. I'm trying to think the fruit. Lemon, apple. Anyways, the plum trees are not here. What? They're gone. It's like one rung of the circle was completely missing.
So like not even burned, but like as if they had been dug up and moved somewhere.
You get closer to investigate and you can actually see that they have all been cut to the stump.
Oh, that feels deliberate.
It does, doesn't it?
It does. That's a hate crime.
Yeah, against plums. And then like you start getting closer, and then like a spot of greenery catches your attention. You get a little closer. The apple tree, completely intact. Still growing, still full of life.
Are apples associated with any specific people in my life or any specific guilds? Like would I recognize?
Roll a religion check.
Okay, a religion check. Interesting.
Oh, meter.
Correct. Take advantage, Molly. That is
Thank
meter
you.
simple.
Sorry to cuck your roll. I just know
That'd be
that.
an 8.
Yeah, damn.
So
That's
that's
actually
alright.
trying to get advantage tonight. Fuck, dude.
Sorry.
You're good. You're fine. I'm gonna walk up to the apple tree and just like stand in front of it and like look at it for a minute and then go, well, what the fuck?
We come back down to current. I think you hear off in the distance. Well, what the fuck? What are you up to?
I think that kind of snaps Current out of this like seething. Please look back at me, Merrick. I know you have no idea I'm here, but please just look back.
Yeah, I actually
Current's
think at
gonna-
that point, actually Misha comes to like stop by you and says like, Current, what are you looking at? They're like trying to follow your eyesight.
Current's just like, oh, that son of a bitch. Misha.
So it's me? I'm so sorry. I don't know what I did.
No, not you.
Oh.
No, it's fine.
They
it's
kind of like
fine.
their like shoulders kind of like sag and they're like,
No.
oh, thank. Okay,
No,
who's
no,
the
it's
bitch?
I saw someone that reminded me of somebody back at the castle. It's fine. I'll be
Are you
fine.
Sure, it's fine. I don't know if you'd be standing out here without all your friends if it was fine.
It's just, when something catches you off guard and then you kind of get stuck in that moment.
Mm-hmm.
It was just, how are you why are you out here?
Are
And
you
not
good?
Yeah, no, I'm fine. I was gonna head back in with everybody else.
All
But
right.
you're leaving.
I'm leaving. I was kicked out. I was
Why?
me. I don't know why we're here. I don't know why we're here. Why are we in this grove? We have a job to be doing, and no one in there wants to hear it. And so I'm gonna go back to the ship.
Are you okay?
I mean, I'm great. I'm not in Kurthus. I have a shrimp pistol. There are a lot of things going my way.
I mean, Misha, you could tell him no. We can go back in. Do you want to go back in? We could go back in.
I actually don't want to do that at all. I'm gonna go be anywhere else, and that's a nicer place to be. She's kind of
I respect that. Okay, well, please be safe.
But I'm just saying, I'm not staying here. Obviously, do you need me to go find someone or something?
No. You don't have to worry about that. It's fine, really. Well, I wish you were.
Can I ask a
staying-
question? Is it's fine really a deception roll, or does Current truly believe this?
I think Current is trying to believe it. Current's trying to convince themselves that it's
Rough. Okay, well, there's no roll for that in Dungeons and Dragons. So, I think,
Deception against
Misha.
themselves.
something like, okay, well, if I can't be helpful to anyone here, I will go then.
No, Misha, I don't. That's not that you're not helpful.
No, like it's just like it's not like it's just the truth. It's not like a painful truth. It's just the truth. I'm not being helpful to anyone. I'm just being hurtful, and I should go, I guess. But I really don't understand why we're in this fucking grove when we have a whole job to be doing. And I bring it up once, and then I'm the villain. Like we're not on a job. It's fine. I have to go be mad about this somewhere that's not here.
As long as you're mad somewhere safe. Do you have your shrimp gun?
Yeah, I've got it.
Okay.
Don't tell anyone else, but the shopkeep told me, well, all of you were talking about the clockwork dragon. This only works underwater. Richard just turns around and walks away.
Kurt's gonna be, this is great. This is great. This is great. I'm just gonna walk to find everybody.
Oh man.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna
so-
throw him off the ship.
So when sorry, Brian, what was it you said again?
The birth
Was
makes
it like,
her
what
off
the
ship.
fuck?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, was it what the fuck? Okay. is everyone else? I think Current's going to join Brine. The source of the noise. Who else is going towards the source of the noise?
I'll go toward the source of the
Yeah,
noise.
I'm with Brian.
Okay,
I'm
so I
kind of
just
hanging
think.
back a little bit.
Okay, so Winona, you're hanging out with eyes. I like that.
Mhm.
Okay, so then everyone else sort of approaches Brine and this perfectly upheld apple tree in the center of the grove.
Gideon kind of smiles at it and goes, "Oh, Meter's blessing makes sense."
Does it? What does that mean?
Right, but it.
Meter's. It's an apple tree, Brian.
Mhm.
Meter,
Okay,
the goddess Meter.
sure.
Her symbol is the apple. She's all about like knowledge and kindness and like forgiving and.
And that makes sense in a grove where my father's been accused of burning everything down.
This isn't about your dad. This is a beautiful sign from a goddess. I think just this one tree. I think this is nice.
Okay, but and then I think she's gonna grab Gideon's hand and like pull her over to where the plum trees are normally, and go. These were cut down before the rest of this was burned. Do you see that?
Not burned.
Yeah.
It's
Sorry,
the poison.
poisoned. Sorry.
Yeah, that's weird.
These were
Why would
from
you?
My mom.
Oh, Brian.
My dad didn't do this. Somebody's attacking my family.
Yeah, because your dad wouldn't like take the trees with him somewhere sentimental by cutting them down first.
No,
That
he
doesn't
would
make sense.
transplant them. He wouldn't just chop them down. That's not how you keep a living thing alive.
Well, this is evidence. So when we go talk to the cadavers, or when you go talk, we can point this out to them because they must have done kind of a shit job investigating. Because I've been here like 5 minutes and sort of already cracked it.
But why
And
is
so
the
have
apple
you.
tree untouched? That doesn't make any fucking sense.
Because it's Meter's tree. Maybe she protected it. That's what I would guess.
Yeah, but
That's
was
what
she
I believe.
protecting the people who did? I don't understand.
I don't understand why the gods do what they do either, Brian. Gideon kind of like looks up at the like rich district and down at the poor district and is sort of
It
like,
feels like a distinctly fucking evil thing. So to see a god's blessing in the middle of it is a little disorienting, to say the least.
I don't know. This feels like something Meter wouldn't want to happen. But maybe she, just protected her one tree. Because that's all she could do. I don't know.
Fucking selfish.
Even gods have
Gods
limits.
are selfish sometimes. What was that, Adriel?
Even gods have limits.
If she's a god, I guarantee she can handle more than one goddamn tree. And then I think Brian kind of like shakes her shoulders and like walks off away from you both. I will move my token because I know that Kitty is going to yell at me in a second.
I think Adri will take up the space next to Gideon. And once Brian is like far enough away, is gonna tell Gideon about the purple smoke she saw. So earlier, when we got here and Brian got like really mad and like snappy,
Mm-hmm.
I saw this like purple haze or smoke coming from her back.
Both of you roll an Arcana check.
22?
Nat 20.
All right, both of you would serve to know this. And I think both of you are confident in it as well. These are the same kinds of magic. Spreading poison. Cool. The spread hasn't been stopped on either.
I feel like I remember when her back first opened up. I remember reading that it brings out the worst in people and it doesn't get better until they just die. And it's just getting worse. It's like the same scar. It's just one's on Brian's back.
Okay.
I don't know how to fix either.
Okay, maybe, I can see that like the poison has spread, but it stopped at a certain point, or is it still continuously spreading, Cam?
On who?
On the grove.
Or the
On the grove.
Still spreading. Yeah,
Still
there's
spreading.
that tiny little bit left that is like yet to be consumed.
Okay. Cool. I mean, Brian's gonna fucking hate this. But I think if we know what it is, we should find someone to heal it.
I mean, we have to, right?
Maybe a particular, I don't know, satyr that she has a very tricky relationship.
Verbal, but yes.
Verbal. That she has a very tricky, messy relationship with, who happens to be getting married in the next few days.
Would she know how to fix it? I mean, maybe.
I mean, she has to be useful to Simpira, right? Simpira's lived, what, 800 years? She wouldn't just pick anyone to be Issa's healer.
Yeah. Gideon kind of like looks over the scar and looks back at Adriel and goes, I don't blame Brian for being mad at Meter. Adriel, do you...
I don't think Meter saved this tree, Gideon.
You don't?
No.
Gideon kind of looks surprised at Adriel for
The
not...
poison hasn't stopped moving, so Adriel's gonna point at, like, the circle. The poison is still active. That tree eventually will get consumed. It just hasn't been consumed yet. Just like, eventually, if we don't stop the poison in Brian, Brian will be consumed as well.
Gideon kind of furrows her eyebrows and goes, but it's Meter's tree. How could it be... You think Meter can't even stop this?
Sorry, there are sirens in the background, so I'm waiting. Hold on.
Meter's pissed.
Meter said, what the fuck?
While your sirens are going off, Brian, what are you doing as you've stormed off?
Sure. So I think she kind of like just walks over here so that she can still see Winona, because she's trying to figure out what the hell like Winona is not paranoid about, but like what it is that has Winona's
Why she's on edge. Yeah.
hackles raised.
Mhm.
And then I think she actually, so the Brian knows this dirt. Like, she spent a lot of hours in this grove.
Right.
And so I think she actually kind of crouches down and is using the tip of, she's using her regular like standard issue dagger, the tip of her dagger, and she's kind of like digging a little hole, and then she's running her other hand, like the fingers of her other hand, like through the dirt, because she wants to see if she can figure out like what is happening. Not even from like I'm investigating because my dad was framed, but from like what is happening to this place that means so much to me.
Yeah. So I think you're like digging through the dirt with your knife, and I think you're right on the edge of like the good ground and the bad ground. And I think you're like kind of like digging a little like reservoir in between the two with your knife. And as you're scratching away, I think you finally like scratch far enough down to realize that this poison has a webbed nature to it. There is very much a series of like roots running underneath this grove that are this sort of dark, sickly purple, very much alive.
Can I take a sample of it? Is it something physical that I can cut?
Yeah, you could.
Do I have something in my bag?
You know, when you like, when you just kind of like look at, when you buy like grass and you're about to lay it down, you know, when you look at the flip side of it, it just kind of looks like a fucking just maze of just webbing. It's that, but it's like dark purple and it has a pulsingness to it.
Question for you as the DM: does a burglar's pack come with any like little vials in it?
Yeah, sure. Yeah,
Okay,
if you wanna put a little tincture thing in and put it in, I think you've got.
Okay.
Oh man, I think it's hilarious. I think you pull out a flask you hadn't had a drink out of in like a week, and you empty it out. You put it
I
in
was
there.
just gonna say, because I think I'd probably pull out something that I would like drink from and like dump it out.
Absolutely.
And
Yeah,
I
for
like
sure.
pull my sleeve down over it and like stick it in and like dry it out real good so that I don't like fuck with anything. And then I cut like a few tendrils of this little web and like scrape them into this.
Yeah. You now have a flask full of tendrils.
And I think my intention is to take this to Ysera. and have
Okay.
her test it, because
Sounds good.
if I know anybody who's going to know this, it's her.
Okay.
I do not tell anyone that I am doing this because this feels like a very personal, very private kind of thing now. So,
Okay.
cool.
All right. The siren's gone. We continue.
Yeah, I don't remember what the question was. I have a chipmunk brain.
I can keep talking. Gideon kind of like is frowning and goes, "This is Fey magic, Fey poison.
Flux poison, yeah.
I just don't. We've been told our whole lives we have to strive to be better, to gain the favor of the gods." And she gestures up to Meter's tree, and then goes, "But the Fey are poisoning. What I have to assume was this beautiful grove and Meter's tree, and I'm just confused.
Adri will approach the tree. Are there any fruits still on the tree?
Yes, many beautiful red apples.
Adri's gonna pick one of the apples and try to break it open.
You break it open. The apple core is a sickening purple. This tree is not as safe as you thought it was. It looks like it's fighting the infection, but it's still very present.
She shows it to Gideon. There's something very wrong if Meter can't protect it, Gideon.
I just don't know why the gods are favoring people that would do this, and I just keep thinking of the apple trees back home, and I don't know.
Yeah.
It's just weird to see.
I don't understand why someone would do something like this. You know? Like, I think about, I saw this place and the first thing I thought of was when that garden got destroyed. You know?
Yeah. I don't get how the gods... I know they're out there, so I don't know why they're not...
Is Current here for this conversation?
Can
I
be.
think Current would have walked up. Is walking up.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I just want to make sure. I know where everyone else is. I didn't know where Current was. Cool. Current's in here as well. Gotcha. Thank you.
I think Adri holds, like, each piece of the apple to both Gideon and Current.
Gideon takes half of it.
It's being infected from the inside. Which means... I don't know, y'all. I don't know. It's... Everything
I
feels
don't know.
confusing down here. Nothing makes sense.
Right?
Everything we've learned doesn't make sense.
Does Adriel raise her voice when she asks that question?
Probably.
Is that something that Brian would hear? Should I roll?
Nope, that's something Brian would hear.
Okay. I think Brian is actually making her way towards Winona because she wants to try to figure out what's going on. But I think as she's walking towards Winona and she hears Adriel ask that question, she turns and she goes, "Welcome to fucking Terrapine. Everything's a goddamn mess. I hate it." And then she like turns back to Winona and just like goes over to see what's going on in the most subtle way possible.
We have to take her to Ystera.
Yeah, we gotta do something
We
about
gotta
that.
take her to Ystera.
Yeah. What did I miss? Because I came
Yeah,
back because I
so-
heard Brian screaming.
So, Brian, I'll lower my voice for this so that Brian can't hear this. So, like, you know the scar on Brian's back that opened because of the colossal? You know, earlier when she snapped at Winona and Winona was like, "Hello to you too." Well, when that happened, there was like a purple smoke that came out of Brian's back, and it's the same fucking purple shit that's in the ground right now. It's the same poison, Current. It's the same fucking thing. Gadriel's losing her mind because she's like, what the fuck?
Then it hasn't stopped.
No. It's still inside of Brian.
Brian should know this like as soon as possible.
Yeah, I
Brian
mean,
should
once
definitely
we're
know
out of the
this.
grove, we can have that conversation.
Wait, Kurt, where were you?
Childhood room first.
Okay, look.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I don't remember if Giddy and I. Do you remember before we left the castle, Adriel, and I told you that I needed you to cover for me that one time,
And you told me
and
that
then
you
I
got
told you I went to
blackmailed?
go. Yes. I'm pretty sure I just saw that person. Not too far from here, partying it up on a roof.
We gotta go kick the ass or what? We gonna go kick the ass?
And I don't
You
know.
want me to
This
go
might
kick
be
their
just
ass?
me wanting it to be him, but I'm pretty sure that that was him. And now I'm stuck between continuing on and going and committing murder.
Okay,
Current.
let's pump the brakes. Yep.
Yeah, let's not kill people. We can beat them
Yet.
up. No, there's no yet. And she slaps Gideon on the arm. There's no yet.
It would, I think Current's gonna kind of like. Current's gonna kind of flash her little new tattoo. I'm like, I mean, it couldn't be that hard.
You haven't trained.
Yes.
Haven't trained.
I
Yeah,
can call
what
in a
do you
favor. I'm sure
mean?
that.
There it is. All right. We're gonna go to Exubifax. We're gonna fix Brian, and then we're gonna talk to your new mom, and we're gonna be like, "Oh my god!" And then I'm not kidding, you guys. We do this. What's the point? Current joined an Assassin's Guild and already got a hit called off of Brian. By the way, great job. You can get a hit called on some motherfucker, especially this guy. She'd love it.
Blackmailing me for a year.
Oh, I can see she can be like, oh, Current, I appreciate your tenacity. And then all of her snakes are gonna love it.
You got handing her a gift.
Yeah. All right, we got priorities. We don't have to go after mine
This
now.
doesn't have to be a right
You have-
now problem.
We have resources now.
Just a before we leave Terrapine problem.
Adri puts her arms over both of their shoulders and like brings them in kind of like a huddle thing. And she goes, I should be mad. I'm not mad. I should be mad.
You're not mad.
I should be
I
mad.
appreciate that you're not mad.
I'm not mad, but here's why. Because I'm very glad that y'all are the same people you were when we left Kurthus, because at least something makes sense.
Oh my god.
But
My heart's melting.
I appreciate that.
should we take you to a doctor?
No, that was just cute. And Gideon like stomps away for a
Oh,
second.
okay.
That was
Sorry.
just sweet.
I didn't mean to ruin the moment. I'm sorry.
That was great. That was great.
Herself from the situation.
And Current's just standing there like, shit.
I think Adri will start to walk up toward Bride and Winona.
Yeah. Are Brian and Winona having a conversation?
I think Brian, when she like approaches Winona, she kind of like thumbs at her nose a little bit and like flips her dagger in the air once and like catches it
Mm-hmm.
and just like gives you this significant look.
I don't know who it is. I don't know what it is.
Where are they?
I don't know. That's why I've got my axe in my hand. I'm ready. But I have no idea. I just feel it. I know that that Current caught glimpse of something, but I'm not exactly sure what it was. I kind of kept going, but I still like even past that, which was like back there, something feels off in this area and I couldn't tell you what it was, but I just know that I'm ready for it.
I mean, yeah, something's off. It's poison, but you feel like we're being watched or something?
No, I feel like we're like physically being watched by somebody.
Followed or just watched?
Honestly, it could be both at this point. I don't notice anyone, but like I wouldn't put my I wouldn't let my guard down even if it was just being watched.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Yeah, I haven't. Can I roll another perception check to see if I notice anything else or
Yeah, if you two would like to roll a perception check now, you're more than welcome to.
22?
Shit.
I'm gonna use my advantage and reroll that.
Okay.
Because that's garbage. A 13. Not much better, but better.
Winona.
Mm-hmm.
There are a series of nearby rooftops. The one that catches your attention is the rooftop of a sort of like a gazebo, but it's been turned upside down. Fun fact about gazebos, this is not in canon. This does not have anything to do with Dungeons and Dragons. One time, I was with my roommate, my college roommate. We were at the zoo, and we were walking past the gazelles, and she pointed at it, and she pointed at the gazelle and went, "Look, a gazebo!" It's the funniest thing that's ever happened to me.
Oh,
We
no.
continued.
Was that Megan?
No, it was Mia. But it was so look a gazebo. It's like an upside down gazebo. And like you are looking at this upside down gazebo and you see just like a cloaked figure who was already making themselves kind of sparse because they knew that you were onto them. Like notice that you see them and like kind of flatten themselves onto the rooftop to stay out of eyesight, and that's what you see.
Hey Brian, what the fuck is up with these rooftops? I just saw.
What do I know about these rooftops? You want me to roll?
Everyone's favorite place to do crime. No rolling needed.
Beautiful. I mean, it's what Tapine gets its reputation. Everybody just kind of.
Because it's like rooftops aren't easy to get to, right?
No.
Like, because they're what is a rooftop? Someone's rooftop is another person's one-bedroom apartment. This place is so confusing. Rooftops are a hotbed of
Yeah.
crime because, like,
Lots
if you
of
kill
thievery.
someone and leave them on a rooftop, it
Lots
could
of
be 2 to
murder.
4 weeks before they get found, right?
I
Like,
mean,
Jesus
anything
Christ.
can happen.
Well, I just saw some creepy person in a cloak, who honestly was probably the person that was watching me the whole time because they had no reason to duck down away from me, when I looked up at them just now. So
Interesting. Stay here. I'm gonna go and try to stealth my way up onto the roof.
okay.
you're going after it, huh?
Yeah.
All right. Well, let me pull us back out. All right. So you are interesting. So you leave the grove. The guard says, "See, it's cold in there." Do you respond to him?
I just give him kind of a disdainful look and go, I think you need another coat. You should go get one.
I ran out. 6 is the max I have at home. This is the top one's my wife's.
Do you want to go buy another one?
In this economy?
I'm gonna flick him a gold piece and go, you should go buy another coat.
You flick him a gold piece and say, "You should go buy another coat," like a jerk.
I don't want him to get hurt. I'm trying to get him out of harm's way.
And he takes it and he like picks it up. He says, "Oh, I'm actually gonna put this towards little Timmy's meds if you don't mind. But thank you for the gold piece.
Yeah, do what you will. You should get out of here, though.
Get at it." No?
Dodge.
Are you trying to buy me off right now?
No, I'm telling you, you should get out of Dodge, especially if you've got little Timmy at home.
Well, I'm not done. This is a job. You're not supposed to dodge jobs, especially not as a cadaver.
How do you feel about dodging murder?
I prevent murder as a cadaver. That's like my whole gig. I
Whatever.
say,
I
"Murderers,
can't- I don't
stop,"
have time for
and then I
this.
make
don't-
Terrifying a better place.
Okay, yep, I don't have time for this. I'm gonna
Wait,
keep
no,
going.
where are you going? Hold on, you just talked about murder. Stop in the name of the cadavers. Where are you going?
I'm gonna stop and take a very deep breath and
Uh-huh.
turn around and say, please prevent murder. Please prevent these people from being murdered. I'm gonna go see why somebody's following me, probably to murder me.
Okay. Well,
Great.
take your time, Brian. Go ahead.
Would he know her as Brian or would he know her as Belia? I'm asking.
I am leaving that sentence as it stands.
Okay, perfect. She's gonna narrow her eyes and say, how do you know my name?
Oh, you've just been the talk around town. Big homecoming champ, right? Would you like
You
to
said
make an
you went to
insight check?
cadavers? Yeah, I'm gonna do
Yeah.
an insight check. And no, I don't know anything.
What's the other stories around town Adriel say as she kind of steps out of the...
Are you following me out of the grove? How did
Oh
you
my
see
God.
me leave? I was so stealthy.
Oh, I'll roll to see if I see you leave.
You didn't tell me you were stealthing. This is a
No, I
hypocrite's
didn't.
lie.
I just said I was leaving. I said I wanted to stealth onto the roof, but I didn't specify that I was stealthing out of the grove, so that's fine.
Yeah, Adriel pops out of nowhere. How does Gideon get used to this, you think to yourself? Adriel, what do you say?
What are the other stories about Brian?
Oh, mostly just that they're home, right? You haven't done anything more interesting than that, right, Brian?
Interesting that you know my name, though.
I mean, outsiders don't get it, but Terra Pine's a pretty small town, right? Word travels fast.
I'm very quickly, sorry, I'm trying to retrace my own personal player steps.
Uh-huh.
But she identified
Take your
herself as
time.
Belia in the brawl.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Wow, my head is completely empty and I have no thoughts.
Adriel's debating on whether or not she's casting Zone of Truth on this man or not.
Oh, that's fun. Well, while you figure that out, I cut now to Winona. Are you just like watching this conversation go down?
I'm watching the conversation go down, and I'm also like I'm kind of like keeping an ear on the conversation and my eyes on that rooftop.
Okay, cool. Good to know. Kern and Gideon, what are you up to?
Gideon?
I was waiting for you to go first. I think Gideon doesn't know what's going on, so they've pulled out Scrumble, their little clockwork ribbon.
Yep.
Who I imagine is like a cute little green, and they're just nuzzling noses and being like, "I would never let you eat a poison apple. Do you eat apples?" Oh, you just call me Ma? You call me Ma? Call me Dad. That makes me feel better. Oh, you don't know words. And Gideon kisses it on top of the head. I was like, have you guys seen this shit? I would die for this thing. I'm on 20 minutes, maybe. Have you seen it? Holds it up to Winona. Have you seen Scrumble?
Scrumble is so cute. You would die for it.
Yeah, are you okay? Because I feel like you're not on the same level I am.
Listen. In any other given circumstance, I would die for that little Scrumble too. But right now, I'm trying to make sure all of us don't die.
Whoa. What?
I know. I'm just really stressed out. There's a person up there who's been staring at me, for some time.
Were they on the roof?
Yes. Yes.
Were they with a bunch
Do
of people?
you? What?
No. Okay, never mind. It's fine.
Wait a minute.
Wait. What'd you just say?
You know, Gideon. We were just but.
Well, this is your secret. I don't want to share your information you're not comfortable giving. I have to set a good example.
Oh no! I just thought that maybe look. You saw a person on the roof. I saw a person on the roof. There's people on the roof apparently.
Which roof did you see?
What did the
Winona?
person? So there's this upside down gazebo looking thing.
What?
And there's some person that's like wearing a cloak. Couldn't really get their face, but they like smushed themselves to the roof part of it, and I can't see them anymore. So I'm trying to see if they pop their head back up. There's another roof person.
Multiple roof elements.
Is that what you were staring at back there?
Yeah, but this roof person, it's more like they don't know what's coming to them type situation. This seems more like a somebody trying to get us situation that you're telling us about.
Maybe we should just hop on over to
What is
Honey High
happening right
Locust.
now?
I don't know.
Are we?
I know.
Yeah, Brian, don't you have a meeting? that we probably shouldn't be late for?
I want to roll an intimidation check and see if I can get this man to tell me how he learned my name.
Okay, tell me what you do and intimidate this man before you make your roll.
So I already have my dagger in my hands, and I think I'm gonna
Right.
take a couple steps closer to him and just casually be like flipping it. And I look at him and I say, "You said that top coat belonged to your wife, right? Is she a member of the Cadavers too? And you have a son at home, little Timmy? Do you have other kids?"
Oh, that's my brother's son, Timmy.
It's your brother's son. Do you have kids at home?
No. Wife and I just got married.
Congratulations. So if you're here to prevent a murder, tell me, what happens if you go missing?
What do you mean missing?
How'd you learn my name? Who
Oh,
told
you mean like your dad went missing?
How'd you learn my name?
Names of troublemakers get around fast here, don't you know?
Haven't made any trouble since I showed up.
But people know trouble when it walks in,
Do
right?
they?
Right, Taylor Swift once said.
Because if you knew trouble when I walked in, I feel like you would have stopped me. I'm not acknowledging
Or I
that Taylor
could-
Swift is canon. In
Or
the
you
DC
could,
universe.
or I could have watched you walk in and go pick up some evidence. Maybe the cadavers didn't notice.
So you want me to be a bitch then? You want me to do the work for you?
Oh, self-ascribed term, but no bitch is needed from me.
Yeah. So your boys didn't do a very good job, but
What boys?
that's beside the point.
What are my boys? I'm confused. Who are the boys?
Your fellow cadavers.
Oh, in the investigation? No, I don't think they did.
So you're gonna tell me how you found out my name and my business, or I think your wife might have to find a new husband.
Go ahead and roll this intimidation check, my friend.
You got it. Choo-choo-choo. No whammies.
No whammies.
15?
A 15. Says, I don't think whatever answer I give you is going to be a satisfactory one enough. Belia, I think that if I tell you I learned it because the cadavers send out rosters of potential harmful suspects on the hour every hour through the guild sigil, I think you'd tell me not good enough and then kill my wife. I
didn't
think
say I was
that
gonna kill your wife. I said I was gonna kill you. I have no beef with your wife.
well, thanks for keeping my wife alive, I guess. You can try
Such
to
a
hit me
nice
if you'd
coat,
like,
you know?
but I know you have a guild sigil. Do your friends?
That's all I needed to know. You keep protecting this grove, okay? I'll see you later.
Fully intend to. Belia, you
It's
threaten
Brian.
another member of the cadavers. I think my wife finding a new husband might not be the reality everyone else is contending with. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see. Go get that 7th coat, eh? Don't freeze to death.
Oh no, I gotta keep poor Tim alive.
She's gonna turn and walk away. And she's
Alright.
like,
How much of this did we hear?
Actually, I think you were there and you heard all of it.
Adriel heard the whole thing.
Brian and Gideon didn't hear any of it, and Winona heard all of it as well.
I think Brian is like visibly, she's not shaking, but like she almost has this like,
Did you ever do an insight check about this person's true nature?
I did. And
Oh,
it
you got a
wasn't-
4.
it was a
Never mind.
4.
All right.
She
Did
has
Adriel
this-
do anything of the sort? No. Okay.
No,
I just wanna make sure.
I was gonna cast on the truth, but I'd rather keep my spell slot.
She has this kind of terrifying calm over her. And even though she just basically got like shut down and then threatened by that guy, she does not seem concerned in the least.
Okay. What's happening next? Are you all going back to your job?
Walking with Brian and see, like, Brian, are you walking toward the building or are you walking toward Sector 9?
I'm gonna walk towards Sector 9, and then I think in her mind she's thinking about ways that she can double back and get on that roof and find out who is watching them. Or at the very least figure out like where they are as they're being followed, because she now assumes that they're being followed.
Right. Probably a safer assumption.
I think as they walk, Adri's gonna go, you just gotta hit.
Okay, sorry, before
you."
we start that scene, which is a great scene I want to hear. Are we collecting everyone?
Yeah,
for this one?
I think we would collect everyone unless people still had business. Does anyone have business?
No.
Mm-mm. Gideon's just walking with Winona and cradling Scrumble
No.
in their hands.
That's
And I'm
fucking
keeping my
crazy.
axe out and my eyes open.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, I think Current is beside is going to be around over by where Gideon and Winona are as well, and is playing with
Scrumble.
Gideon's little dragon. Yeah,
Scrumble.
Little Scrumble.
little cute little guy.
He's just a little guy.
He's just a little baby.
You don't got
I don't know
any
how he
money,
wasn't bought already. He has no money, no thoughts.
you know?
I'm so jealous.
He's
Oh.
perfect.
What a life. I want to join your guild. That's just all that Gideon's do. Just baby talking the
It's
robot
a
dragon.
two-person guild of just Gideon and Scrumble.
And Scrumble, absolutely. I want to
Sometimes
We're
watch.
the
the
Scrumble
guild is
boys.
just a tiefling and their little clockwork
I
dragon.
want to watch that batch brawl.
Yes.
Oh, we would be decimated. Anyways.
I think Audrey walks with Brian. Doesn't really care if anyone else in their group hears this conversation. And very like low in her throat goes, "You just got a hit removed on you, Brian. Maybe
I'm aware.
2 hours ago.
I'm aware.
Why are you fucking threatening people,
Because I'm
Brian?
being fucking followed through Terrapine, Adriel.
So are other people. You can't just go around
Yeah.
threatening people, Brian.
I can do whatever I want, actually.
Yeah,
And
not
if
with,
that's a problem for you, then perhaps we should talk about it.
perhaps we should take you to Ystera and talk about the fucking scar on your back that's leaking purple magic still.
She's gonna stop dead and turn to Adriel and say, "What the fuck are you talking about?
When you,
Ysira already healed my back."
it's not fully healed, Brian.
What do you mean it's not fully healed?
I saw purple smoke leak from your back earlier when you were mad, and I'm assuming that you're still feeling the way that you've been telling me and getting and that you've been feeling for days now. And
What
so,
does Ysira have to do with this? If she didn't heal it right the first time, what makes you think she's gonna heal it
she
right the
probably
second
didn't
time?
fucking know, Brian. Maybe we can take you to someone else. We don't have to take you to Ystera.
No, by all means, take me to Ysira, but
I just figured that.
wait. Leaking purple magic. Wait a second. She's gonna pull out her flask. Can I say that it's like a see-through flask? Okay. It's a water bottle. It's just a water bottle.
You've broken it 1,000 times. Yes,
water
yes, the
bottle.
glass flask. Mhm.
She's gonna pull this out and she's gonna hold it up and she's gonna go, "Fucking purple magic, Adriel?
It's the same purple magic from the Grove, Brian.
This is from the Grove. I was gonna give this
That's
to you,
what
Ysira, and
I'm
ask her what the fuck's
saying.
going on."
You're not. This is literally, you're saying the exact same thing that I'm saying, Brian.
I know I'm saying the exact same thing you're saying. I'm
Can I
trying to
see
make
it?
sure that I understand.
Can I see it?
What are you gonna do with it?
Can I just see it?
You see with your eyes,
Oh
Adriel.
my fucking god. Do you want me to explain the magic to you or not? Because you're being really fucking difficult right now.
Explain
Make a
that to me.
decision.
Fine. Tell me.
She takes the bottle from Brian, and opens her
Brian kind of like
herbalism
does
kit.
this with her hand when she lets go of the bottle and then like puts it down at her side. And you
And
see her take like a deep breath, and then you are close enough to her that you hear her under her breath go, "Adriel is your friend. You need to calm down."
Adri raises her eyes at Brian. Her
Brian
eyebrows.
Brian widens her one eye.
We stop in the middle of this eye contact and pan the camera 6 feet behind to look at the other 3 heroes. This is just like about 4 hours ago when they were doing this on the way to the store. How are you 3 doing now?
I'm so sorry, besties, that this keeps happening.
Do we hear any of this?
Yeah,
going
I
on?
all of
was
it.
trying to be quiet that time.
I'm so happy to not be in that talk.
Kind of stops and does this slow turn. Are y'all okay?
No, Brian's being a dick.
I'm not being a dick. You're being smarmy.
Hey! Hey!
Adri shoves
Hey!
the bottle back into Brian's chest, honestly putting
Brian
force
takes
behind it.
The glass shatters.
Fuck.
I have other vials here, and she like tosses one to Brian and like steps back to stand next to Current.
She like gets down and like very gremlin style, like takes her dagger and scrapes the little cuttings like into this new bottle. And then she looks up at Adriel and she's still like kind of crouched down and she goes, "Thanks."
I wanted to
All
ask
right.
if you weren't being a dick, maybe I would have.
All right, listen. Do we want to get out of this trip alive or not?
I don't know, ask Brian.
Because I
Thank you, Winona.
honestly feel like the more that we do this, the more that we go back and forth, we're not gonna get shit done. I'm on edge because somebody's fucking watching us from up high. There's fucking poison down below. We're not safe anywhere.
Apparently
There's
there's
also-
fucking poison
there's also
inside me
poison,
too. Maybe I'm
Brian.
not meant to make it
There's
through this trip alive. You ever think about that?
You do. We need to what?
So maybe I'm not meant to make it through this trip alive. You ever think about that? Ever since we fucking left Terrapine, I've been the one who's always on that fucking. How many times have I been knocked unconscious? I
Listen.
told you that I would come down here and keep y'all alive because I thought that I was going to be the only one who could do that. And then I'm the one who's become the fucking problem. So yeah, maybe I'm not meant to make it through this trip alive. And then she's going to shove that bottle into her bag and stomp back towards where the fucking wherever the guild is that she'll find Ystira.
We're going to Issa's? All right.
Well, no. Sorry.
So she's at Hawkmongress, which
I think she's actually okay. Wait. Hold on. I think she stomps off back in the direction like going towards Exubifax again because she's
Okay.
just kind of like we have to do this fucking meeting, but like she's like, yeah,
So
she just wants to be away from the group. I think.
So this little thing that I'm picking right here, this little entrance on 9 is like the entrance into the leg of the tortoise's like foot. And that's how you get into the guild hall. This little dot right here is the Hawkmongress Guild Hall. You have to go back through basically
Wait,
the
what
Rich
little
Boy
dot?
district. This dot right here
It's
is
not
the
pinging for
Zuba.
me.
Oh gosh, okay, hold on one moment.
Sorry.
No worries. So this I'm drawing on it. It's that rectangle I just put on the map. You don't see a oh, I'm on the GM info overlay. I'm weeping. Oh my god. I'm on the secrets layer. All right, this is the reality layer. You see this dot right here?
Yeah.
That's Hawkmongress's guild hall.
Okay.
This is the entrance to your guild hall.
Okay.
If you have a guild pass, there is a secret entrance you can go through here, because this is actually where all of the Hawkmongress friends live. There's like a secret entrance you can use to actually get through here that bypasses the gate, but you have to like have clearance, right? It's just like a magical just sort of touch point. So you could hit up here and then come back around and head up to Hawkmongress, or you could make your way all the way back to Sector 1, go back through the Embassy District, and then back through the Tourism District, past the entrance, and then head to Hawkmongress.
Jesus. Okay, yeah, I think she's just gonna stomp off in the direction of Exubifax.
Cool. Does everyone follow suit?
Yeah.
Yeah, Gideon puts like a hand on Winona's shoulder. He's like, "You're once again right about everything. I'm sorry.
You have nothing
Are
to
you-
apologize for.
Are you okay?"
I am doing the best that I can. I just want to make sure that we all kind of just keep our heads in the game as much as we can. Even though this is like hella emotional on many different levels, there's still a lot that we need to sort through. I mean, if I were in Brian's position, I don't know what I would do either. But just the constant fighting and back and forthing is making me anxious. And I don't want us to like feel weird towards each other when we're all trying to keep each other alive, because that's not the point of what we're trying to do. So I'm just gonna try. I'm here for all of us. I'm here to keep Brian sane. I'm here to keep myself sane. And I guess everybody here. But I don't know. Somebody's probably watching us. I'm trying to keep my eyes out for that too. And y'all doing the thing is a lot. It's a lot.
Yeah. We are a lot. I'm sorry. But
Don't apologize.
Gideon kind of like smiles at Winona and goes, I really get why Hawk Mongress wants you in their guild.
Oh. Winona does not accept compliments.
No, thank you. No, seriously, Are you
Okay.
This is endearing. Everything you do is endearing. We should go. Gideon, like, not angrily, but just starts walking away.
Interesting. Ganona appears in my heart. Strange.
Is it
Wasn't
Ganona or
accounting
is it
for this.
Whittian?
Whittian.
Whittian.
No, makes it
Whittian
sound like
is
we're watching
good.
Supernatural.
Feels good.
Anyways. So Brian, it's time for the worst part. You basically head down these iron steps to head into Sector 9. And you know that the entrance to the guild hall is actually through a trap door. And this trap door is in the center of the most beautiful, again, gazebo in Terrapine. Just the most beautiful gazebo in all of Terrapine. You'll stand by that opinion, and it's one you hold. This gazebo is at the end of the same block that has your family's house, the flower shop, and that gazebo is literally, like, right to the left of it is where Ystira first asked you to dance at the Blood Moon Festival. Boulevard of Broken Dreams, let's go! So you turn onto this block, and do you want to explain, like, what this block looks like as just, like, being Valia's home?
Yeah. So this is a really poor part of Terrapine. Like it's very like low class, like working class people. But it's also a lot of revolutionaries who really want to bring not the wilds, but like bring more nature into Terrapine and make it a more habitable place to live. And their approach to that has always been very like socialist in nature, and they're always very like community oriented. So like the houses are low, like kind of squat and kind of like gross looking, I think. Not gross looking in the sense that like they look dirty necessarily, but in the sense that they're like falling apart. And so there's like pieces of like wood and scrap metal that are just kind of like in the street that have clearly like come from someone's house at some point, or like something that someone just like kind of left because they couldn't get any money for it. And so why would they carry it around with them? And so they've just littered the street with it. The flower shop is the most beautiful building on this street. And it's this like little like wood fronted like square kind of building with a lot of really big windows. And there's a little rooftop garden, which is that little spot of greenery that she could see from the Sector 1 when we entered into Terrapine Greater. And this is the same day as the brawl, right? We haven't moved past it.
A few hours.
Yeah. Yep. So there's a closed sign on it because I think Daisy is probably still like doing wedding celebration stuff or whatever.
I think it's much worse than that. I think there's a closed for batch bash sign with the wedding time next week listed, and their favorite flowers are out in the display windows. And yeah, Daisy went a
What
little bit
flowers are in the
overboard.
display windows?
It would be the 2 flowers, specifically, that they consider their favorites. And those 2 flowers would be the...
I have no idea what I just threw. Sorry, besties.
the daisy and the carnation. There's lots of different colors of carnations in the window, though.
What color daisies?
Plain white and yellow.
Are there any accent flowers?
No.
Okay. So it's just like brimming bouquets of these 2.
Yep.
Okay. Cool. I think Brian kind of we'll come back to that, I think. But Brian kind of like clocks that. You can see her. I think probably if Adriel's now looking for it, there's a little bit more purple smoke that leaks from her back because she gets hit with like another wave of like just intense rage.
I think Adriel, you catch it in enough time to kind of like hit Gideon and be like,
yeah. I was just gonna say, can I hit Gideon?
And then, but yeah, so that's the most beautiful building on the block. But it just looks very like derelict and like almost like a creepy like dystopian abandoned street in like a fucking.
I also think that like Brian, you noticed that like a lot more of the shops on this block are like shuttered.
Yeah.
I think that there's like a spot on the flower shop roof that you knew was like dying. You were like, oh man, we're probably gonna have the whole roof redone. And I think like that spot is now like broken open, and you can kind of see that like Daisy has done her best to like cover it up with kind of like plywood planks, but it's not a great job.
Not great. Okay. And I don't think she says anything. I think it's very like one foot in front of the other, like marching down this street.
You are marching down the street, and
and she straight up does not look at anything that could even remotely remind her of a moment with Ystira.
Good. Yeah, no, let's focus on your dad then. So you are passing by your childhood home.
Great.
And
which I've always imagined to kind of look, I'm so sorry, to kind of look like Bilbo's house, but less naturey. Like a broke ass version of Bilbo's house.
Okay, I kind of see that. So there are like circular windows and a semicircle door.
Yeah.
And I think you see one of those circle windows open, and Millie fucking pops her head right out. And she pops her head out, and no one else knows who Millie is, but Brian recognizes this name, and oh boy howdy, I'm sure she recognizes his voice. Belly, is that you?
Brian's shoulders go up to her ears.
More smoke.
And she just turns.
Oh my god, you're like a rugged type now. Oh my god.
Millie? What the fuck are you doing in my house?
Oh, we live here now, honey.
How long have you lived in my parents' house?
Oh, we just barely finished moving in. Maybe 2 weeks?
So since my dad disappeared.
Yeah, since your dad was deemed a criminal of the state, for sure.
Great. Millie, I don't have time to talk to you right now, but I'll come back later, okay?
Okay, so good seeing you, Belly.
Mm-hmm.
The window shuts.
I think Brian has the hand that's not gripping her dagger clenched so tightly that like there's actually you can see blood leaking from between her knuckles because she's cut little half moons into her palm with the tips of her nails.
Healthy.
Would you like me to roll a damage dice on myself for this, or
I'm
just
okay,
roll with
but
it?
thank
Okay. And like she doesn't acknowledge it. She doesn't acknowledge any of what just happened. She just turns and keeps walking.
Yep. How's everyone else taking this? You all just keeping your fucking mouth shut. Okay.
Because I know what's good for me.
Yeah.
I'm not saying a word.
Well, Adri tried to talk to Brian, and that went as well as he
great.
thought it went.
Yeah.
So
I think that like you complete the long walk. You pass the flower shop, you pass your house, and you finally get to the gazebo.
I think by the time I get to the gazebo, she's like shrouded in purple smoke. I don't think it's even like
it's like collecting around you at this point.
She's mad.
is it affecting us?
How wide of a berth you given?
I don't know. I'm thinking about like because it's poisonous, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, yes, it is poisonous. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I don't think we're like that far behind her. I think we've given her space, but I think that like
it's the same way when you're like, I am asthmatic, and when I go out in the cold, my lungs, they don't like hurt, but they feel real frosty and tight. I think that is happening to all of your lungs right now. Brian, you go up the few steps to the gazebo. This beautiful wood, probably wood from the old world, preserved over all this time. The carvings of stories of the old world still completely and beautifully intact. Zubifax has worked so hard to keep that safe. It is the entrance to your guild. It's like it's a huge point of pride for Zubifax. And usually, like you were used to in the past, like people would hang out here, right? It's kind of like standing by the water cooler, right? Usually there'd be like a shopkeep in front, like even just like selling like refreshments and like pastries, right? So for people who are coming and going, right? Those who could afford it, right? No one's here. No one's out in the streets talking, which is what you at least used to have, right? Like maybe you were poor, but like everyone was family. Nothing like that here.
I think Brian kind of stops on the edge of like what would be considered like a Zubifax like space.
Mm-hmm.
And like she reaches up with the hand that she has bloodied and she like rubs it over her face, like not realizing that she has bloodied her hand. And then she kind of like puts her hand over her mouth for a minute. And then she says to herself, and I don't know if anybody else hears this because of how much birth they've given her, but she says, "This ain't fucking right." And then she kind of takes a deep breath to like steel herself and walks toward the entrance.
Yep, you walk over to this hatch. It's got like a door knocker on it, but it's like on the ground. But you know that like if you hold on this door knock and you try to pull it and you don't have this sigil, like it's not gonna open. Mm-hmm. It is like a simple and beautiful safety mechanic of this place. And you grip down, and for the first time,
when she does that, she has a moment before she does it where she thinks to herself like, "I hope this still works."
And then, where is your guild sigil, dear friend, of a bat?
Hers is,
Your parents were matching. They were each on their shoulders when they stood next to each other. They touched.
Hers is on her. It's like in between her two shoulder blades, so it's like right on her spine,
where they meet in the middle. That sounds great. So
cute. I hate it. Let's die. Me speaking as Sam, I hate it. It's so cute. I can't deal with it.
No, I'm just thinking, like, has the scar affected this tattoo then?
Oh fuck, probably. Oh wait, no, because it goes. I think it's right
diagonal?
above. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Her
More on
scar
the
goes
neck.
from like her right shoulder, and then like it dips down really drastically.
Okay.
And curves over
Cool,
to
then
her
it's
hip.
fine.
So I think it's fine. Yeah.
So I think that like you feel for the first time in like 10 years, the closest that Brian has ever gotten to like casting magic, which is like this like faint comforting like heat and glow from your back. As you reach, my camera is sad, and I'm back. As like you feel your tattoo kind of like send like a cooling like glow through your body. You steel yourself and you open the hatch.
And then I heave a huge sigh of relief.
I thought you were about to be like, and then I puke directly down into it.
Oh no.
Yeah, you pull it open, huge sigh of relief. And with that, we will go to break. All right. Well, let us head back into the darkness. And by darkness, I mean an iron tortoise's foot as Brine pulls the hatch wide open, and a single spiral staircase comes to view. Each, the walls on either side, each having these like inlaid bits of stone with these beautiful metal sconces that hold this bright magical light inside that gives off almost definitely a yellow glow, right? Like regular light glow for sure, but occasionally you catch these pinks in the shadows that bring the knowledge that this is magical light to you. Brian, you are standing at the top of this spiral staircase, and you know what happens when you go down it. What are you doing?
Low-key hyperventilating, I think, a little bit.
Okay. Has anyone told Brian that she has blood on her face, or are we just going to let her go downstairs with that?
I didn't see it. She didn't turn around.
I don't think anybody's seen it. She hasn't turned around at
I
all.
was going to say, I don't think we saw it.
Well,
And
that's
she's
on
like
you
several
then,
feet in
bestie.
front of her friends.
Well,
Terrible.
bestie.
Brian, are we following you?
Yeah, I mean, I think she kind of assumes that you are.
Okay.
So I think when she gets to the top of the spiral staircase, she probably like takes another deep breath and then just like turns her head a little bit and says, "Well, follow me."
Do we see the blood?
No, I think she turns it specifically so that it's the side of her face that doesn't have the blood on it.
You
because I
fucking
think it's
edgelord!
funny.
What the fuck?
I love that. All right.
We've got your back, Brian.
And not your front, because you won't show it to us. We now head down. Yes, there's about like one flight of regular stairs with no sort of hallway to them. But as you sort of get closer, those of you who've never been here can kind of look and see that the spiral staircase goes down to the bottom of the foot, where some sort of like greenery is at the bottom. You can't really see from here. But you notice that like there are 3 floors, and each sort of have their own like doorways and stuff and whatnot. But eventually, you descend down this staircase. Any final words said in the staircase? Final before the map reveal.
Is Brian still covered in purple smoke?
A little bit, yeah.
Brian, maybe we should wait a second.
Why?
You are emanating purple smoke, friend.
And what?
Do you
Can I
not
see this
see
on
the
myself?
smoke around you?
I mean, like, yeah. It's more of a like a. It's hard to tell when like smoke is filling up a room until like it gets to a certain obfuscation point. I think like your eyes were like shit started looking a little purple, but you were just kind of like, that's because I'm mad. But I think when Adrielle brings it up to you, you're like, oh shit, you know, kind of that moment.
Okay. Yeah, I think she kind of like looks down at herself. And I think she notices like that little bloody half moon marks on the inside of her palm. And she just kind of like takes stock of herself for the first time in several minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And then she turns and looks at you, all of you, I guess. And she says, you ever feel like you're just gonna burst out of your skin because you're so mad?
Yeah. Also, you
I,
What?
You've got blood on
you
your
got
face.
blood on your face.
Blood on my face. And she
Just a
rubs
little.
again with the same palm that's got the bloody and just makes it worse, I
That's
think.
more blood. Is there blood on that hand, Brian?
Oh, yeah. She wipes it on her pants and then she reaches up and like scrubs at her cheek and just keeps doing that.
do we
Gideon
need
goes
to
up
go
to
down-
Brian. I'm sorry, you first.
No, I feel like we're on the same. We might be on the same wavelength, but I'm just curious. Do we need to do this right now? Are you sure you're okay to do stuff? Do we need to take a break?
What kind of break can we take? Well, no, we have to. We have to.
I know.
meet with-
Okay.
We have to.
Okay. Okay. Just looking out for you.
Maybe an infirmary break.
I'm fine.
Okay.
It's okay to not be fine.
I'm fine.
Gideon like licks her thumb and is like getting the dried blood off of Brian with her like hand.
Brian does this and like tries to like flinch away from you, like very like,
I'm
Mom, stop it. That
trying
kind
to
of
help
energy.
you. And then she cups Brian's face in her hands.
Brian
He
goes
goes,
very
"Hey."
still.
You're gonna be okay. We're here with you.
I said I'm fine. But it sounds a lot less confident that time.
You're gonna be.
Can we get this over with?
Yeah. Come on. Gideon. Let's
And
go.
please just remember, this entire time you all have been shoved in this really tight spiral staircase. So you all have been kind of like having to like push past each other and like Gideon, you're like trying not to fall down the stairs. So you're like kind of like kneeling down on one step, like trying to get the blood off of Brian's face. And finally, you sort of head down to the first of 3 floors here at Zupafax. Is the map loaded in for you all, and can you all only see a certain portion of it?
Yeah. If you can't see
Yes.
it, zoom out and then scroll around and you'll find it.
Do you need to bring attention to the new Daisy Diggle
She's
token?
so cute.
Oh my god, I love her.
Not my art. I'll post the token packets from in chat. One of my favorite Roll20 token packs.
So cute.
Yeah, and
Cutie.
so Daisy is so you're coming down and you kind of get a feeling that this is like the entrance section. And well, I mean, Brian, you know that for sure. This is the entrance section. And you get the sight, there's this chandelier hanging from the top and a bunch of like stone, like golem-y type things. Kind of like the ones that like Simpira had, but you get the feeling that these were not people before they were like golems, constructs. And so, but Daisy is here as well, on this sort of stone floor. There's only a single piece of wood in this whole room, and it's a wooden desk that the girl you actually recognize with the same reading glasses as before, Ophley Barbone, she is sitting at this table doing some sort of receptionist duty here as well. But Daisy is leaning against the table, kind of like looking at her and being like, so you know, my cousin, my Ystira, there's a bash for her tonight, and you know, I was actually wondering if you would like you wanted to go. This is the scene you all have walked into of Daisy trying to like get her fucking like shit together.
Brian clocks her referring to Ystira as her cousin and has a very intense moment of like, oh god, I can't be here.
Yeah, not great, huh? She hasn't noticed you. And so Ophelia like looks at her and is like, it's like a party? Daisy goes, yeah, it is like a party, yeah. Ophelia goes, I hate those. Daisy goes, oh yeah, no, me too. No, I'd hate to go to a party like that. I have to go, so So I'll just go and tell you how it is.
Wait, this is the same girl that was at the booth, right?
Yeah, it is. Yeah. And Ophelia goes, okay, yeah, tell me how it goes. I can't wait to hear. And Daisy goes, yeah, no, for sure. And she goes to turn around. And she turns around and just sees Brine. And sees that, like, not only is Brine here, but also, like, Brine just watched me, like, fucking crash and burn in front of the girl I have a crush on. And goes, oh, Belia, hey, you got word.
I got what?
You got word. She's awake.
Yeah, I got word. She's awake.
Sorry, I missed your match. That's why I had to leave. I came here as soon as I could, as soon as I heard.
Are we interrupting something?
No, Ophelie's just here, just kind of keeping an eye on things, and I have anywhere it's just a flower. And she just like walks into this room. She just disappears. She's taken some form of L that she does not feel she can recover from, and so she just kind of walks into the dormitories. Yeah, and so then it leaves Ophelie, who's sort of like standing at this desk. You can see that she has like 2 books magically floating in the air, and then like a bunch of papers up on this table, and you can tell she'll like read a book, she'll like read a page from the book in like 3 seconds, and then like write something down, and then look up at the other book, write something down, and that sort of process is repeating. And then she looks up at the 5 of you and says,
she has the cool glasses, right?
She does have the cool glasses. Yeah. And she looks up at you 5 and says, oh, you're here to see her, correct?
I got a summons.
Okay. So Ophelie kind of stands up and says, a summons? That sounds so official for your guildmaster.
I mean, it felt very official, yeah.
Okay, yeah, let's take you there.
I'm so sorry.
It's like, I'm not gonna fuck with that. And she just like, you watch her make that decision. I'm just saying like, oh, well, that's not my problem.
I just want to say my personal people pleaser trauma response is warring with this Brine rage condition. It's rough, buddies. All right, carry on.
And so she looks at the 5 of you. She says, do you need any drinks, any food, anything before you had to go speak with her?
Does anybody need anything?
No, I'm okay for now.
No, thank you.
Honey wine, need anything?
I'll have a glass of honey wine.
For sure. Anything else?
Good honey wine. It's the best honey wine, actually.
Wine was an option.
I mean, I'll also have honey wine.
I think I will. Yeah.
We're getting honey wine, Winona.
Okay, so
Yeah?
everyone.
Winona.
Then just step over here with me real quick. And she pulls you off into this side room. So she crosses in. You step on into this room with her. Remember, it's up to you to move your tokens. This is your job. And so she comes to stand in front of this furbolg man. So, Brian, it's going to be exhausting if I tell you, like, your relationship to every single person that we run into from Zubifax. This man, you were not very close with. The biggest thing you know about him is a drunken confession from Ystira that when she was younger, she used to pretend that he was her brother without telling him because she didn't have any siblings. That was, like, a thing that she told you. And that is the only thing you remember about this dude, which is, like, the randomest thing to remember.
So cute. Carry on.
And so he kind of gets his attention as you all come into the room, and hopefully says, Kurtz, can you just grab us some, actually just grab a bottle and 6 glasses and a bottle of honey wine, if you will. And Kurt says, yeah, all right. Well, and he claps his hand. He looks like he was about to go like reach for it, and then he just like claps his hands really suddenly, and then like a tray. You see Ophelia like jump a little bit, and a tray like magically appears right in front of her on the table, and she says, I wish you would stop doing that, or at least tell me before you do it. And Kurt says, magic fingers, honey wine.
There's a joke there somewhere.
Oh, yeah, he knows. And Ophelia picks up the tray and says, we'll just take this down to meet her, shall we? And she's holding the tray, and she goes to lead you
Brian's
all.
gonna linger back for just a second and ask for a wet cloth, or like a damp paper towel.
Yeah, and I think like you do, you hang back, and he looks at me and says, yeah, you should clean up if you're going to go meet her. We're like one of the first people, and she's been asleep for 2 years. And he just like throws this wet rag at you.
She like scrubs her face really quick and like straightens her eye patch and then like wipes her hand off.
And while
then
you're
just
doing
kinda,
that,
like-
I think he kind of like mutters to like half you to half to himself. He says, I mean, I know the guild is in the pits, but we shouldn't give her the impression that the guild is that in the pits. And that's like what he says as you're cleaning yourself up.
She says, what, you got healing magic in those magic fingers? Or is it just like drink tricks?
No, the second one.
Okay. Yep. Have fun with that. Thanks for the rag. And then she like, I think she drops it in the garbage so that he like doesn't have to touch her blood. But as she's like straightening her eye patch, she goes, I'm good. Like asking him like, I'm good. All right. And then she's going to follow everybody else out.
Okay, cool. So yeah, Ophelia leads you all out and then leads you to the second floor down as you all go down this staircase. And she sort of stops as you all reach the second floor. She is, do you all see where we've moved to on the map? You are sort of in this square hallway. You might need to move around, pan around on the map a little bit. So she is looking less to you, Brian, and more toward the four strangers. She says, well, that was the first floor of our guild hall. This is the second floor. The first floor has our dormitories and our kitchens. And the second floor has all of our learning facilities and also the guildmaster's premises. Premises would be the right word. She obviously is just waking up, and she's waking up unwell. This is a new revelation to most of us, and most of the guild does not know yet. I appreciate your discretion in the matter.
Unwell.
Am I
What
right?
kind of unwell?
Just
Gideon
unwell.
nods.
Brian is concerned.
Rightfully so. Do you have any like embarrassing questions that you want to get out of the way before you talk to the guildmaster, or like anything you're not sure about, anything like that I can help you with before I take you in?
Is there a particular way that she prefers to be addressed? I've heard several guildmasters say different things about how to address them.
Guildmaster is perfectly fine.
Okay.
Has she been warned about? Last time she saw me, I looked a little different.
No.
Great.
Any other questions?
Is there anything you would like us to do to make this easier for all of you?
Just don't stress her out too bad.
Oh, great. We're good at that.
That was not
Okay.
encouraging. Does anyone else have any encouraging words for me before I let you in?
It'll be all right. It'll be fine.
Thank you.
Thank
you have
you,
not
Vicky.
changed much, have you?
Apparently not as much as I thought.
I'm not going to unpack that with you.
Before she leaves, I think Brian goes, I'm sorry, what's her name? Ophelia?
Yeah, her name is Ophelia.
She says, Ophelia.
She's not leaving. She was like about to like open the door to the guildmaster.
Either way,
Okay.
before they go in, she says, you should give my cousin a chance.
Who's your cousin?
Daisy Diggle.
Oh, Daisy. What do you mean chance? I mean,
Never mind.
got rejected for the internship, but like
That's
that?
fine. Never mind. Hopefully, we'll talk later.
Okay. And then she just like gives you like another like, I don't know what the fuck is happening. Look.
I tried
and
so
then-
hard. Never mind.
Yeah, you tried to do like something nice and it just immediately didn't work. And then just
I
like at
don't do
the
things that are
second,
nice.
the second it like looked like might require some sort of nuance or hardship, you were like, never mind. So she kind of like has one like hand like on the tray, and then she puts her other hand on the door. She says, all right. And then just like opens it. You hear her knock a few times before she says, Guildmaster High Locus. It's Ophelie. I have who you asked for. And then on the other side of the door you hear and did you oh sorry, fuck. Oh no, so many accents. She says, did you no one else, right? And she says, no, just them, Guildmaster. And then you hear a softer voice say, all right, let them in.
Should we hear from somebody else?
And so these two, and you can actually notice that these doors look way different from all the other doors here. These are actually metal doors that are like, they're in like two of them, and they look like super hard to unlock versus like the wood doors everywhere else. And so you can kind of see that like she Ophelie puts her hands in like a very specific place on the door and like mutters something, and then it just kind of like slowly, one of the panes of the dual panes just kind of slides into the wall. Brian, do you think you ever went in to the Guildmaster's chambers?
Counter question: did she leave the chambers like when she was awake?
Yeah, no, she does. Mm-hmm.
Okay,
She would all the
so
time.
in that case,
Usually
I don't
only like
think so.
confidants would get this sort of access.
Yeah, so in that case, I don't think so. I think my parents have been in her quarters, but I don't think I personally have.
Okay. Yeah. So I think she she like opens the door up, and I think you all see this. A beautiful room. All stones and finery in otherwise like a grimdark place of Terrapine. The tiles on the floor like look like they're pulled from a temple. There are plants in this room that are thriving despite the lack of sun. And in the there are two notable corners, I would say. The first notable corner is the one that Ophelie is standing by. And you can actually see that there are like pockets of like really colorful mushrooms that seem to be growing just like on the floor and on the wall and sort of like going up to the ceiling, and they're all giving off this sort of faint blue glow. That's the first interesting corner. And then I think in the other interesting corner, you see a pile of presents, all with Ophelie's signature on them, covering every holiday that the Guildmaster has missed during her hibernation. In this bed at the center, this four-posted bed with like draperies over it, which have been recently pulled back that now that her hibernation is complete, Guildmaster High Locus. She is some sort of Aarakocra, you would think, much akin to that of a raven or a crow. Black beak, black feathers, completely blackened eyes. Brian, every time you saw her before this point, it was like seeing Wonder Woman. A Wonder Woman who reads and thinks you should read. A lesbian's dream. Like very, very much a hero figure, if you so choose it. And Guildmasters are a heavy weight to live up to, right? Any weakness perceived by of a Guildmaster is a weakness of the guild, right? Guilds live and die by their Guildmasters. And though Zubifax has struggled many times in the past, it was always her brilliance that got you to a better place. and just the way that she could always do that, right? Like poverty, no problem, right? Like being the weakest guild, no problem, right? Like you know, growing things in the dark of Terrapine, no problem. This is not the person that the childhood version of you idolized. This is a sick woman, and she is just laying on the bed. You can see that there's like a tray that's kind of set beside her with like just a little, like you can almost certainly guess, a very thoughtfully put together charcuterie board from Ophelie, and just like a few books, and then just like right to this next of it, just this massive stack of reports. She's wearing the same glasses that Ophelie is wearing, and she's just been trying to go through them. And I think like when she sees all of you, she was like sitting up in bed, but she sits up a little bit straighter, and kind of like takes in all of you, very much like concentrated, one at a time, taking you in. And I think like she starts in the very like far. Oh, actually, will you like arrange your tokens as to like where you're standing when Ophelie opens this door, just so I can see like what she's seeing. So, yeah, so I think like she starts like all the way off to the side with Gideon, right, and then just slowly like works her way down. You like, it's very much the same feeling of like when one of the Hierophants would like stare you down. Very similar analytical gaze, much less judgment. But she really like truly like takes in each one of you as she goes down. Her eyes kind of skim over you, Brian, and then like come back to you at the very end. And looking at you kind of like gets her to lean forward a little bit more. Her eyes narrow. She kind of pulls her glasses down so she can like gaze over her. And then pushes them back up and says, well, Belia, how did it feel to be the first Zubifax to travel far and wide?
Painful.
Was it the pain of the wilds? The pain of mortality, of nature itself?
All of it.
Did you enjoy it?
I did.
Good. And at that point, Ophelie kind of crosses over to her dresser, like sets the tray down and begins like pouring all of them. And Hylocus like gestures to you all to kind of like step inside. All of you sort of wordlessly do that. I think that like Ophelie will like fill a glass and then like hand it to you, Adrielle, and then you'll kind of like pass it around down the line, you know. Of course, Hylocus gets the first glass, but she's pouring this all for you, wordlessly. Hylocus is still just taking you all in. It's like very deliberate and very slow. And no Terrapinian has made their way into your ranks?
Just me. So far, anyway.
Just you and your companions. They are
Carthinian. All four of them.
Oh, I knew this. Not in a mean way. I just knew this.
I know, Guildmaster. I'm sorry. This is Current, Adrielle, Winona, and Gideon.
Adrielle, like a nerd, curtsies. when
she beams right back at you. Much appreciated. She kind of takes in all of you and says, "This is Current, yes?"
That's correct.
From Kurthus, yes? The whole life?
Yes.
Did you like it there?
For the most part.
And the education that you received, was it from church, from crown, from people like you?
Actually, most of our education was from the church. We studied the Arcanon.
And they still go by the name of the Arcanon, right?
Yes.
They have had a few names, but this seems to be the one that has stuck. And do you find your education from them good to help you in the real world?
Well, I mean, good by Kurthus standards, I would say.
That was not a compliment.
Yeah, it. More so now, I think it wasn't meant to be.
Wasn't meant to be is a very diplomatic way to put that. Yes, I agree. Not for you, probably. What about you, Winona?
Hello,
Is it Winona or Winona?
Winona.
Was it both just then?
Winona.
Why? Winona? Win in the name. I like win in the name. Wine could also be in the name, but you do not seem like a wine in the name type, I will be honest.
Okay, I'll take it.
You are not religious, I am getting the sense. Is this true?
That's true, yeah.
Interesting. So, if that was not your guiding light off of Kurthus, what was?
I look at Brian like, do you go by Brian or Belia in this case? Brian.
That is a good question, and your friend is absolutely valid to be asking it. What is your true name?
I think she thinks about it for a second. And then she says, I left Belia behind some time ago. It's Brian.
And did you leave just a name behind or whole of self?
I don't know yet.
I tell you, it was big gossip in the halls for quite a long time. Did this belly leave, and was it forever? You sent a note to your father, but the guild certainly didn't get one.
It was a hasty decision made in an emotional moment. I'm sorry,
Well,
Master. I should have said something.
you should have, because if you had come to me, you would have known I would have fully sponsored your travel.
I know.
I would. So you know. And you said no to the resources and the things that would have kept you safe from these things that hurt you out in the wild?
This was something I had to do on my own. For so many reasons. It had nothing to do with the guild. It had everything to do with me.
I will admit, Brian, this does make me somewhat sad to hear. I would hope if I could teach you anything through the teachings of my guild is that we are stronger together, not apart.
She just nods.
Have you found that truth in your friends here?
She looks at the four of you, like individually, like looks at each of you, and then says, yeah, that definitely seems to hold true, especially down here.
And then she kind of like looks to the four of you with a genuinely like kind of proud smile on her face, and then she says, well, I am glad you have found more friends to call family. That can never be enough. So, I assume you get asked this question a lot, but I am going to need you to let me be the one you tell the truth to, yes? Can you please tell me of your intentions of your return?
We are on a quest. And one of the items we need for this quest is here in Terrapine. But upon my arrival, I learned that my father has been declared a criminal and has gone missing. So selfishly, I'm trying to find out what's happening there.
It was quite sad to wake up to this news. One of my best gone. My best broken and shattered.
I don't think he did it, Guildmaster.
Well, it is not a
positive he
matter
didn't
of
do it.
whether or not he did it. You and I both know he did not. You and I both know the true nature of your father. That is not in his will.
It's not.
But the question of who did is the only one that will ever need to be answered. Is your father innocent? Yes, no, it does not matter. No one else besides us asked this question. He missed you. A very good deal. I know you may not want to hear that. I know that this trip home will be a measure of learning what it means to be in a family for you. Is this your family? Am I your family? I do not know. But you should know he missed you a great deal. And I had to stop him from spending the very few coin he had from paying random Hawkmongress or Fidelity members to go and try and track you down.
Dad.
So this
Okay.
quest you all are on, whose quest is this? Whose quest is this? Who owns this quest? All of you?
Brian is going to dip her head and take a step backward because it's not her quest.
It's technically my quest, Guildmaster Hylocus.
And when you say it is your quest, you mean you are the giver of the quests? Because there are givers of every quest. Or are you the receiver of the quest?
I'm the receiver of the quest.
And this quest was given to you through
The Arcanon, technically. The Crown.
the Arcanon and Crown technically gave you this quest. Is this quest won by merit, won by taking the job from the job board? How did you get this quest?
Adri kind of shakes her head because now she has to explain to the Guildmaster that Misha just called out her name randomly. No. I wish it was that simple. My name was called as the captain of this particular team by one of the royals, and 2 other teams were selected by the other young monarchs as well.
So you all are a team, yes?
Yes.
Okay. Team is a bit different from family, but team is not bad. All right, so you are given quests by Arcanon and by the Osirov family, yes? They are still in power?
Yes.
All right. And these quests, what would they have you do? Why have they sent another family into the wilds to perish?
I wish I had the answer for that, but
Brian laughs really bitterly.
Gideon throws her a fucking look.
Like, oh man, you're super getting laid.
The mission is for us to retrieve something from the sacred grove and bring it back. And she has no idea why she's telling this to Hylocus. She just feels very, like...
Her presence is incredibly powerful. I will say that much to all of you.
Yeah. Adri has not spoken anything about this quest to anyone since they've gotten here. And so she just, she goes, upon our return, the team that returns, whoever's young monarch is assigned to that team will take the throne.
So they've sent you to the Sacred Grove to retrieve something. This makes no sense. The Sacred Grove was one of the first lands to be ravaged, not only by the Fae, but the scavengers who would chase after them. Half of that is null land. The other half is completely picked clean carcasses. And there is a secret not half. Indeed, a little portion right off there at the end of it. Big cave, the larger dragon. Makes no sense why they would send you there.
They wanted us to. Sorry, I'm pulling up the actual thing that we're supposed to be doing.
Yes, your quest?
Yeah,
Remember
yeah.
that?
Yeah, no. I remember it. I just forget
just
which
picking on
ones are which ones.
I will tell you that the thing you have been sent to retrieve is not in the Sacred Grove. It is in
the
Abyssus
temple,
Locket.
right? It's
Yes.
an Abyssus Locket.
It's an
Okay.
Abyssus Locket.
Never mind.
Yep, which is a lake.
Retcon. That's what I tell Guildmaster Locust. I tell her about
Okay.
Abyssus Locket instead.
All right. To that she says something from a locket. She's sending you to a big lake? Or she's sending you to the temple that is hidden on Big Lake?
The temple that's hidden on the big lake.
She is sending you to temple on Big Lake. And this is the royal or is the arcanon? It's both.
It's
From your
both.
perspective, it is a both. It is probably not a both, but I will take the perspective of both for now. So they've sent you, this team, 3 teams, same size as all teams?
Yes, there are 7 of us on each team. plus
There's a moment,
whatever.
she pauses and she coughs. There's a long moment of Ophalie fretting over her, handing her the mead, and saying, I'll go get some more. Just don't worry. And she flits away.
Can I roll like some kind of check to see if I can figure out what's wrong with her, like a medicine check or something?
Yeah, sure.
Would it be a medicine check?
Yeah.
A natural 20?
We will revisit that. Not right now.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Great. With a
Moving on.
natural 20, we need to visit that. Not right now.
Great. Carry on.
Oh no. Okay, we'll revisit this later.
Love a single good roll in a very tense moment.
Fucking
Okay,
when you
carry
needed
on.
it, bro.
Mhm.
So she's looking at you all and she says, I will tell you this much. Meritos has sent many a young, ambitious Hawkmongress-esque tier guild to go try and make it into this temple, and not one of them have succeeded in, I think, the last 300 years?
I mean,
You know this is who is a temple too, right?
do we know whose temple this is?
Do you?
Do we?
Oh, this is a refresher course. All of you should be pulling that
it's
information
in
up
Duxon.
right now.
Is it
It's in Duxon. It's Duxon.
It is.
I got it.
So what do you say to her?
What was her question? Can you repeat it? I panicked.
Do you know who this is a temple to?
Why are we screaming? Sorry. Edriel nods and goes, yes, it's a temple dedicated to Duxon.
This is correct. So Doxon, it's a temple. Each god has temple, right? But this is Doxon's temple. Doxon is temple to not only architecture, right? So you know it will be big, complicated temple with many lattices, but also a temple of shadow, a temple of destruction, and a temple of grief. Do you understand what it means to confront grief? Do you all feel capable and comfortable in confronting grief to be a thing that you can do with confidence and capability? You nod your head, Gideon. Why is this?
I've experienced it before. It's something I've dealt with already in my life.
And how did you conquer this grief?
Crying and time.
Right. So, a temple to all these things, our best weapons being time and tears. I do not mean to hurt your feelings. I am just confused on why only 5 have been sent on such an unwinnable quest, if you will.
I wish we had the answer as well, Guildmaster.
And yet you still chase this goal. You must believe in this new monarch you are fighting for, then.
I believe that they are the best fit for the throne, unfortunately.
Bryn snorts.
She gives you a chastising look. Classic chastising guildmaster look.
She drops her eyes to the floor.
Absolutely. And then she looks to you, Winona, and says, well, it is, if you do not worship gods, do you worship kings? Is that why you are on this quest?
I don't really worship anyone, if I'm being honest.
This is powerful. I like that. You do things in your own name, for your own power?
Well, I guess if you phrase it that way, no, I don't fight for my own power. I think
Well, I mean,
I fight for the power of the people.
that is very Hawkmongress of you, I will say. This
Not the
is
first
nice.
time.
Many people who say, I do not worship gods, I worship no kings. You slowly find out the only thing they worship is themselves. I'd rather see someone devoted in something besides themselves. But it is merely a matter of opinion, I suppose. Well, I must admit, I do find all of this quite interesting. But I do have a reason for calling you here, Brian.
Yes, Guildmaster.
And it shouldn't stop what you are doing already. But you are the only traveler to Zubafax's name besides me, and I cannot leave this place. In many ways, Brian, you would find that this makes you the heart of the guild itself. Though you have left, you have brought its story with you. It lives through your name. Do you disagree with this?
It's a lot of responsibility.
And are you done running away from that, or are you ready for some?
I don't think I have another choice.
Oh, I do not want that. I do not want a reluctant girl brought in here by nothing but name and circumstance alone.
I'm sorry, Guildmaster. It's,
And why have you joined them on this quest, girl? You obviously do not do it for their crown. I know you probably do not have love for them. You do not worship the gods in the same way that they do. Are you doing it because they are your family?
yes, I'm here for love, of all things.
You are in love. Love is a good reason to do things. She kind of smiles to herself. And then she turns her gaze back at you in a harsh moment and says, but infatuation is not. You must make sure it is love and not distracting nice things to keep you from self-introspection. You hear me?
Yes, I understand, Guildmaster. And she straightens her shoulders and she stands up as tall as she can, which is not very tall. And she says, I'm ready for this responsibility.
Ha! You do not even know what responsibility is yet, girl. You cannot say if you are ready for it or not. Fine.
I'm done
But I
running,
appreciate the
then,
sentiment.
if that's what you want me to say.
Honestly, Brian, your words here said to me in this moment, how am I to judge their value? I prefer to judge your value of your actions. So, this quest you are to go on. How can a humble guildmaster help you in it?
We there's a map that we need that apparently belongs to Guild Mistress Sinpira of Isis Fidelity.
Okay, so Sampira has a map to the temple. That seems like it would be valuable. Yes, in a temple of architecture, you need to know where hidden rooms and passageways are. This may indeed be your only, shall we say, life jacket in otherwise complicated ocean. I think it is worth getting. Sampira must get something in return for it, right? What do you intend to offer her?
I don't know.
That is a pretty poor start.
It's not great.
Well, we can all talk about what we should offer this guild mistress. Figure it out together. I mean, she and I must have a long conversation anyways. She's been up to quite a bit in my 2 years of sleep. And this can be one of the things I discuss. I need you
I'm
to
literally trying to unmute myself, and Saturn was in the way.
Oh no!
No, go ahead, say
Well,
what you were gonna
successfully
say.
unmuted yourself. No, you say your thing.
I forgot what it was because I was chucking a cat.
Oh, great, cool. So yeah, so she positively says, I need you to get something on your way to going to this temple, Brian.
And bring it back here?
Yes.
What are we picking up?
This is, there is a flower, it is called the Grim Rose. It used to grow specifically in the Vidrucel. Has since grown in other places. This is what we call the brittle Grimrose. It is now that it blooms wherever the null takes place. From the brittle Grimrose, I can create the antidote to what is poisoning our grove. I ask you would obtain this.
Yes, of course, Guildmaster.
This is a serious task, Brian. If I cannot cure the grove, my life will perish with it. Do we understand this?
Something clicks for Brian, and she realizes that not only are
Does that natural 20 apply here?
that's what I'm wondering. 'Cause
Yes.
Not only,
If
yeah,
you
not
are onto
only-
it, the answer is yes, and
Yeah.
the 20 can push you over the edge.
Not only does the Guildmaster and the
Yep.
Grove have this in common, I have this in common, so the three of us are now linked.
Kind of.
Kind of. In a way.
Yeah, not where I thought you were going with this, but that is technically correct. I thought you were onto a very different thing. I rest my case.
It's so
What did you think I was
know
onto?
what it is, and I can't say it.
Headphones off, everyone but Sam. I think that Brian got like a glance out of the corner of her eye of the moment that Brian broke open that apple.
Okay. That Gideon broke it open?
Gideon, sorry, yeah, Gideon.
Yeah.
One of them broke it open.
Adriel? Somebody.
Someone. That tree is alive, but dying. And she is alive, but dying.
Mm-hmm.
These things must be linked.
Right.
Because the tree lived when every other tree died.
And the tree is Meter's
there
tree.
must be. That I have nothing to say about.
Okay.
Yeah.
So is she a god?
I don't know. Everyone, come on back.
Okay.
Ooh.
So now the importance of this quest is understood to you, yes?
Yes, I understand, Guildmaster, and it will be done.
I will buy you as much time as I can. And yes, I do think this prophecy should be obtained. If I had things my way, I would ask you to bring it back to me and not to your crown. But I understand that is a big ask. And I cannot demand it of you. But I am of the firm belief that knowledge is to be shared and examined. And that knowledge is for people, not for power. If you find yourself in the same agreement, I would say maybe bring it back here and see what we might do. But I will not pressure you this way.
Guildmaster, I have a question. It is kind of a selfish question in part.
Of course.
But I do have a question about the nature of Ophelie's glasses.
Oh, yes.
Um,
What about them?
Edry's trying to figure out how to phrase this without sounding like a dick.
Mm-hmm.
I think she just doesn't know how to phrase the question, so she's just gonna shake her head and be like, never mind.
Are you asking where I got them? Or are you asking,
Yeah, I'm
well, if
asking,
you ask
like,
to
how-
have one, my
how-
answer will probably be no. But...
No, I'm just asking like how they're made. Like how are they enchanted?
Oh, yes. So this is usually one of the hardest types of magic to learn. This actually utilizes both not only enhancement of self magic, but also a little touch of time magic, basically, to sort of distort the direct transference of your information that you are taking in, right? So that part of time and space moves a bit faster. World stays at the same speed.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you, Guildmaster.
Now, hopefully it's a very big fan of these, but if it means the life and death of your quest, I could maybe ask her quite nice to depart from them from a few weeks.
Guildmaster, I appreciate that, but I'd be too fond of them to keep them.
That is fair. That is very fair. I have put my glasses on and not taken them off once in a few hundred years. I get this. But please understand that it is an honor for a member of Zubafax to sacrifice for their friends and family, and we all happily do so. Most of us. That was like, that was a friendly jab.
I think Brian like smirks a little bit, but she's still just like kind of looking at the ground, like respectfully.
So you go and get me some brittle grimrose, you bring it back, hopefully does her thing, we cure the grove. My life is saved. All is well. Now, this prophecy. Do you think, or if your crown told you, you can tell me, why do you think this prophecy is so important?
They think it will win the gods' favor and bring them back to Kurthus.
That the retrieving of the prophecy will win God's favor?
Right? Sorry, hold on. Question.
No. So the prophecy technically foretells the strategy to win the gods, like, back.
Right. Okay.
Supposedly, what they think.
The prophecy supposedly gives us instructions or tells us how to win the gods' favor to bring them back to Kurthus.
If anyone would like to roll an insight check at this point, you are free to.
I would love to.
There's a long pause where she just kind of looks at you.
Can I use my meter
Deciding.
inspiration again to reroll?
You may go for it.
18 for
18.
Brian.
13.
Okay, so I would say everyone in the 16 up category can kind of see her there is like I think you can track the read kind of well. Like her face goes, "Oh, that's bullshit," and then she goes, "I don't know how to tell them if that is bullshit." And then she goes, "Well, I don't know if I should even start that fight." It's that kind of like facial expression as she kind of like. So a prophecy in the temple of Doksan, the god of grief, architecture, and destruction, will give you the prophecy that will tell you and you alone how to win the favor of the gods back. To what end? To get rid of the wilds?
I think so.
This is Brian's first time actually hearing the prophecy, I think. Or
The
like what
purpose
it's
of the
supposed
prophecy?
to be.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So I think she's kind of just looking at Adriel with this look of like, you're fucking kidding me, right? Like I think she openly is like, you must be joking.
And she kind of like holds up a hand to you, Brian, and says, "Well, now listen. If I was a queen and I had a guess that even a hint of a rumor that this prophecy would do this, I'd probably spend some money and time and people on it as well. We cannot judge her for this, and we must forgive her for it and all of its rights. But
Makes me curious what the prophecy actually fucking says, though.
makes me quite curious as well. For it may do that. We may be already beholden to the truth of what this prophecy does, but what we do know already to be 100% true is that this prophecy is important. No way around that. Therefore, the people who go and get it will be important too. I would ensure it is you."
She like, Adri looks at like Current and Gideon, and just thinking about the fact that the Arcanon knew about this for weeks, learning about the letter, learning about like all of the little fucked up things that they've done, Adri just very quietly goes, "We have to get it so that no one else can have it, and bring it back to Kurthus, so that they can't bring it back to Kurthus."
Atta girl.
I don't want them. The Arcanon knew about the expedition for weeks, for a year and a half. They were building our ships.
I am not surprised by this. For leadership, for power, a year is a day. For citizens, for people, a year is a year.
They told us they had no idea.
Of course they did.
Sure, that's not the first lie they've told you, Adriel.
I'm sure, Brian, but is this the time?
No, I'm just saying.
I like what you said about knowledge. It's not.
Guildmaster, could I ask you a question?
Of course, dear.
Why do you think they sent us down here?
Why do I think that they have sent you down here? Well, it is, she kind of like looks at one of the top stacks of paperwork. She says, well, it is close to new ruler, yes?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, this is supposed to determine the new ruler.
To determine new ruler, yes. Well, that is quite important, no? Determining a new ruler, putting the next 25 years of status quo, give or take, into solidification, right? Yes, this is important. Many things happen during this time. Many people make their final moves to cement their power for the next decade or two. There are a lot of people who want a lot of things on that floating city on the sky. Do I know which one of those many people who want many things, what they think the prophecy might get them? No, I think many people are seeking the prophecy, and I think many of them think it is their answer for power, for money, for knowledge. I'm sure sending you to go get the prophecy perfectly aligns with many people's ideals and plans, no? The real question is, who's telling everyone that this is in their best interest? Who told you that this was in your best interest?
I guess the same people who tell us that everything's in our best interest.
Yes. And we must not hate them outright. They kept you all alive. You experienced nothing of the hardship of Terrapine. You had medicine when you needed it, no? You had food when you needed it. These are all things Karthus gives you. It comes at a great cost. But it is now one that you can decide to stop paying at any point. Some people come down to Terrapine. They live here for a week. They head right back up to Karthus. They say, thank you. No, thank you. It is up to you. You will pay a price no matter where you go. Go everywhere. Decide. Where do you want to pay your price? That is a good question to ask. I'm glad I asked it.
I wish everyone treated knowledge the same way you did, Guildmaster.
Karthus did, in its beginning days. When the world below it was laid to waste, there were many expeditions, short ones, of the small amounts of airships that they made to the ground to try and get what they could before it was all torn to ruin. The books, many of my books here are because of what Karthus did. The people, every one of those citizens in Karthus are some sort of refugee of the old world, ancestor of, no?
I guess you're right. I have a lot of secret books up there, too. That was...
I
that's
love
what I
that.
did.
Did you often have to steal books and keep them secret?
Yes, the Arcanon doesn't like certain books being studied.
What books did they not like?
There was this one fable about the Apotheon sisters. My mother used to read it to me all the time. About how some of the gods were made. I think I have it on our airship. I could bring it to you if you want to flip
That
through
makes
it.
no
But
sense to me. The Apothic Fables are one of the Why would they not like the Apothic Fables?
I don't know. I tried to stay out of trouble with at least that as much as possible. It's not the only one, but
questions are dangerous. I get that. All right. I'm sorry. I'm quite saddened to hear that. Karthus used to be one of the few keys to retaining knowledge, to keeping it, to upholding it. It is sad to see that they have strayed so far from their light. Yes? I hope a bunch of young, upstanding citizens like you might return one day and pull it back to center. Brian, this must also be your quest as well, then, for if you not to stay here in this Terrapine you hate so much, then you must spend it improving the life and land of people that you love so much, yes?
Yes, Guildmaster. Or at least I need to figure out where it is that I'm supposed to be.
I would do that, but sometimes the place you need to be is traveling. Out and about. Going on adventures. That used to be your dream with Ystira, no?
Yes, it was.
Very weird to wake up and find out that she is getting married. She kind of holds up the wedding invitation.
Oh, you were invited.
Yes, I was. Quite strange. I think all guild masters were. Very political marriage, this one.
Yeah, I'm getting that. It seems to be a whole affair.
Yes. But we do not begrudge people for the life they have wished for. Isn't that right, Belia?
Yes, Guildmaster.
You went and sought out the life you wished for. You came back and told me it gave you nothing but pain.
Live and learn, I guess.
We all have living and learning to be doing. I think that is my point.
This rose that you need us to get.
Yes, the Brittle Grim Rose.
Does it need to be a live cutting? Does it need to be kept in?
No, it is already dead. You will find it in the null. It will be completely stone.
Okay. And does it need a specific tool to remove it from the ground?
Just a firm cut on stem is your best way to do it. But if you drop it on the ground, it will shatter, and you will need to go get a new one.
You said that these they grow in multiple places. It's not just
Nope,
just there.
only the null. But the null is in many places.
Right. But there's more than one of these roses out there.
Yes.
Okay.
Some say that each of the brittle grim roses represent a place where someone has fallen and turned to null.
Well, that's grim. And does it need to be handled a certain way? Does it have...
I mean, do not drop it. That is what I said. Yes, you
I
drop it on the
understand
ground,
that.
it'll break, it'll
No,
shatter, you'll do... I mean, I am not... You have... In that little fold on your shirt right there, you have broken glass pieces. I'm telling you, this is a worrying job for me to give you.
That wasn't my fault.
That wasn't her fault. That was my fault, Guildmaster.
I'm not asking whose fault it is. I am just saying, emphasizing breakability seems to be of importance here.
No, what I'm asking is if we touch it.
No, you can touch it. It is stone. I'm just saying, do not throw it against the ground.
Okay, I will resist the urge.
I
to
will
throw
say
it
this many times
on the
because
ground.
I not breaking something typically has not been your area of expertise, Brian. From very small child to now. I remember you were what, 2 when you knocked down every bookshelf in our library, one by one, like domino.
Oh my god, I was just trying to get to the book on the top. It wasn't.
I know you were trying to get on the book and top. 2 people were in the infirmary for 2 days, crushed by bookshelf.
I know.
So yes, not breaking. Important here.
Brian is bright red, like her whole face is red, and she just like has her eyes down, and she's just like, "Oh my god, I hate it here." We won't break it, I promise.
All right.
I promise.
Thank you for your promises in the wilds. Good God, girl. All right. Your quest is given. We have spoken a bit about your true nature of quest. I hope you've gleaned some insight from it. If not, God be with you. Any more questions for a humble guild mistress who's quite sick?
No, I
Is
think
there a deadline?
Before I die, please.
Brian just nods. I think she was hoping for like I have 6 months to live.
Oh,
or, like,
yeah,
you
I know. And she just like straight up didn't fucking give it to you. Yeah.
Cool. Okay.
Is there anything that we could do for you, Guildmaster? You've offered us so much knowledge and information.
Well, I mean, Brian, you could probably stop running away in the middle of night without telling anyone. That would be probably good.
Noted.
I think that the 4 of you would serve to be true ambassadors between Curtis and Terrapine, no? We are all mortals, are we not? We would be right to remember this. I guess the only other thing I wish for would be for you all to approach this with steadiness, with assuredness, yes? If this is your quest, if this is your destiny, do not shy, instead forward step by step.
Yes, Guildmaster.
This quest will require all of your devotion. It is the person who will want it most who will get this done. That must be you. I mean that. Must be you.
Guildmaster, are we able to... I know that we are not members of Exubifax, but are we able to look at the library at all?
Oh, yes, you're free. It's just right next door.
Adri will nod.
And then the
say thank
globe
you.
is in the door opposite that. You are free to it as well, though don't not touch it. It is not yours to touch. You may glance at it. Do not touch it. Very many magic runes. Very easy to disrupt.
Noted. Thank you.
Brian, any questions?
Do you think it's possible to get that map from Guildmistress Impera, or is this something that we're gonna have to move without?
All things are possible.
Do you have ideas?
Ideas? Do I have ideas? I mean, do you have anything to offer her?
I'm sure we could think of something.
Genuinely, it is usually easiest to just give this girl what she wants and move forward with your life. I've been dealing with her for hundreds of years. Give her what she wants. It is usually power. Give it, know that you will gain it back later. People like her, when she is not consuming power, she feels she is losing it, and that means she is losing it. You must know that power is a thing that is only gained by knowledge, experience, devotion, and friendship. And she is a fool in all four of those arenas. A fool who will kill you, so just to be careful about that.
Thank you, Guildmistress. I hope that we are successful in this quest for you and the Grove.
I mean, if you don't do it for me, do it for your father. That was his life's work.
Have you heard? I know you just woke up.
Yes, it's only been 2 hours now. I'm a bit behind.
You haven't heard anything about
From
where
your
he
father?
might be? Or
I
from
mean,
him?
I think somewhere in this stack, she kind of like goes through this rifle of paper. She says, "Ah, yes, I found this. Awfully found it slid underneath my door in the night. She did not open it, but I recognize the seal and the handwriting. This is certainly a note from your father. I have not opened it yet, though.
Would you consider opening it now?
In front of you? I mean, I guess I could, but what if he says something mean about his no good daughter? I'd feel so bad."
It wouldn't be the first time I've heard something like that. I can handle it, I promise.
Yes, but from him, he is the only one who ever did not call you a no good daughter. I mean, your mother all the time, but
I know.
I will read the letter of my own will and I will come find you when I am done.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Well, if there are no more questions, I will ask that Current stay back and I will let you four go check out the library.
Okay. Current,
Brian gives a little nod.
we're next door.
Yeah.
If you need
yeah.
us.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll be there soon.
Okay.
You want Scrumble to stay with you? With that?
Make you feel better.
Make you feel better? Gideon's holding Scrumble out to Curran.
Would you like a small dragon, Current?
Oh,
like the little
a
guy?
small dragon? Oh.
Yeah, Scrumble.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
I want a dragon.
Well, it's
Yeah.
Gideon's dragon.
What?
Gideon's letting you borrow
Scrumble.
their dragon.
Oh, see, I can't hear or see Molly, and
Oh, that explains so much.
Wait, Molly, can you
Uh-oh.
refresh and maybe that'll fix it?
One moment, everyone.
Oh, I didn't realize that you couldn't see that.
That's so fucking funny. Oh my god. You didn't hear when Molly tried to kill Current? Oh my god, I can't believe you didn't
my
hear.
God, awkward.
Rip.
Papa, can you hear me? Would you like my little dragon?
I like how all of us are like,
Gideon has
why
asked
aren't you
if you would like Scrumble to
responding
keep you
to
company while
Molly?
you talk with Guildmistress. Hi, Guildmaster. Hi, Locus.
Yeah, if he wants to hang out with me.
Yeah, he's cool. He knows. Gideon hands him over.
Oh, you're so cute.
All right, I told Current stay behind. Four of you go. Why are you hovering in doorway?
Okay, goodbye.
Sorry.
I'm gonna put him on my shoulder, like a little
Take
parrot.
the wine with you and the tray. They are both still in the room. Brian, have
I
the
take the
manners
tray.
for once.
I take the tray.
May neither bless you. Gideon says like feebly, like going out the door.
Yeah, you say may meter bless you. And there's just a long pause and says, meter be with you as well, young Gideon Osmond.
Oh,
And then the
later.
doors fucking slide shut. All four of you are on one side. Current, you are left alone in this room with this guildmaster. And she looks at your arm, the arm that has Isa's mark on it now, and says, "How long have you been in Terrapine again?"
Yeah, it hasn't been very long. A few days.
A few days in Terrapine, and yet you are the Terrapinian through and through. You bear mark of guild.
Yeah, it was a hasty decision, but not one that I
Sometimes the
regret.
world requires hasty decisions, and I don't think you should regret it either. It is easy to consider Isa's fidelity to just be evil. But Isa's fidelity, truly what it stands for is necessity. They do what they must to get by, to claim their power back from those who seek to take it from them. You cannot begrudge them of this. And I think that you would be fit to learn what it means to take your own power back. Current, I'm about to tell you something. I must tell you this. There are no follow-up questions you may ask me.
Okay.
It is not my story, it is not my life, but it is knowledge I would seek to give you.
I'll gladly take it.
You walked into this room. I have seen your eyes before. Your parents are alive. I do not know how you got separated from them, but I know who you are. You are the child they've been looking for the last... How old are you now? 20-something years?
Yeah, 26, yeah.
They are looking for you. Do not go find them until you know what it means to harness your true power. Or else their power will be all you ever know.
And no questions.
I know. It is not easy. Life is a lot of questions. Many questions people die for. Many time questions are the reason people keep on living when nothing else is available to them. The need for answers. I understand. Answer my question first. What does it mean to step into your true power? Current, when you answer that, and only then, do I think you should go find them.
She wasn't lying.
Sempira is not a liar. She is just a trickster, and tricksters can be beat.
Guess I have a question to answer.
You have many, one at a time, and be purposeful about the order.
I think Kern's gonna nod and not audibly crying, but there are just tears just streaming down Kern's face. I think just hot tears.
The question of one's origin is a question that doesn't leave until you have answers, and for that you have my deepest sympathy. I know what it is like to live without answer. I hope you do not live this way forever. One more thing, Current.
Yes, Guildmaster.
You are not the only one seeking their parents in the wilds here, no?
No.
Current, you are the only one who will get anything remotely close to a happy answer. You must protect your friends.
There's no question. Absolutely. With my life.
With your enemies' lives, hopefully. Yes?
Yes.
Remember this, though, Current. These people, these unhappy answers, these people who seek to oppress you, who seek to ruin you, who have kept answers from you since you were born. It will be up to your group to decide whether or not these people get to say sorry. Your group and your group alone will decide for the next, what did we say, few decades? What forgiveness looks like. Make sure your answer is the right one.
I understand.
Thank you, young girl. You may go. The doors slide open.
Kern will turn and walk out to go towards where meet up with everybody else.
Yeah. Turning around, heading to meet up with everyone else. We cut now to, did you guys go to the library or the globe room?
I went to the library.
So you're all in the library.
I also went to the library.
You see that all of the bookshelves are now screwed into the ground.
Oh my god.
Hey, Brian, is this your fault? Adri will call out as she looks for a book.
Yes, they've been like this since I was a toddler. I was a toddler, for the record. It's very small.
You must have superhuman strength to knock over bookshelves as
How
a
was I
toddler.
supposed to know they were all gonna fall like that? All I was trying to do was climb.
You're my hero.
Should have been sturdier.
I'm sure the guildmaster disagrees with you. Adri's gonna look for a book on High Celestial. Oh, excuse me.
Yeah, if anyone wants to put in chat what they're specifically looking for in this library, we can resolve it for next session.
Yeah.
I'm mostly interested in the conversation you all are having right now.
Yeah.
Why do you think she kept Current behind?
Probably
Probably
the Issa's mark. It would be my guess.
Same.
I guess she has declared herself Terrapinian by joining the guild, huh?
Mm-hmm.
She knew my last name and was also so nice.
She was so nice.
It's the nicest person in power I think I've ever met in my life. Besides Alan.
Knows a lot about a lot.
I want to learn from them. Can I join the guild? I don't know. Current got to join a guild. Can I join a guild?
I don't see why not. I mean,
Brian, you fully know that Zubafex before you left was starving for members. It's probably not changed.
I don't see why not. It's not like we have a capacity.
Okay, I'll think about it.
True.
I want access to this library all the time. So
If you want more information, I mean, I can tell you what growing up in the guild was like. I've basically been a member since I was a kid, even though I couldn't officially become one until I was an adult.
I mean, we don't have to do it right now, but I would love to.
Yeah, we can talk about it at some point. Maybe while we're searching for this rose.
Yeah,
We have to go get that like immediately, right? Because
Yeah.
if she dies, I don't know what I'm gonna do with myself.
yeah. I can't
I'm
be
gonna be honest.
responsible for someone else's death, so we should probably go get your back checked out, Brian, and then
Yeah.
head out.
Yeah. I mean, is that
Would be my assumption of the order, but it's up to you.
I guess I'm not going to be much help if I'm like this. So that makes sense, I think.
Taking care of you is first priority, and then we'll
Mhm.
figure it out. But maybe after we get the map, then it's Grimrose,
Mm-hmm.
then getting back immediately, and we'll collect like 1,000,000 of them.
But do you
So, like,
think we
we would
need
know-
that to even fix what's wrong with me?
We won't know until we ask. And I'm too scared about what will happen if we go to the null zone with you messed up like that.
All right.
The void ghouls feast on heightened emotions, Brian. If you get angry out there, one of them will try to consume you. And
Those are
All
the
right.
feasts, but correct.
oh, the feast beast. Sorry. And as much as we fight, I unfortunately care about you now. So you have to take care of yourself.
Sorry.
No, don't be sorry. I just am still testy about earlier. It's fine. Anyway, I'm sorry
I'm
about
sorry.
the bottle. I'm sorry about the glass. I didn't think it would shatter.
It shatters all the time. It's fine. I have to get new ones constantly.
That's not
She
assuring.
wasn't wrong entirely about me breaking things. That's not the point. Anyway.
Winona, how are you feeling?
I don't know. I'm still thinking about that whole line about how people who don't worship a higher power only worship themselves, and it kind of struck me the wrong way.
I mean, there are people who only worship themselves. I don't think you're one of them, and I don't think she intended to make you feel like you were one of them.
If she thought you was, she would have said that.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
She said
Fair
that
enough.
she admired your desire to help people, which we see all the time.
Yeah.
Which is admirable, Winona. Winona, I was really rude to you earlier. I'm sorry.
Listen, if I were going through a fraction of the shit that is unearthed for you since we have landed here,
I hate it here.
yeah, I probably would have snapped a little bit too. I don't take it personally.
I just don't. I think you're right. I don't feel right. And if whatever it is that's in me is the thing that's killing the grove and killing the guild master, we gotta nip that in the bud.
It's probably killing your vibe too.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
It's definitely a vibe killer. Yeah.
Oh.
Current, you are now like freed from her grasp, and you hear your friends talking in the library. Do you go to join them?
Yes, but I think I'm going to take a minute to kind of compose myself. It's kind of one of those moments when you've been crying and it's been hard for you to kind of stop. Like you've got like the sharp intake of breaths going on, and Current's just like trying to wipe it all off and take a deep breath and then go in to join them.
Current?
Yeah. What are y'all looking at?
We're talking about.
Well, how was it?
Yeah, how was it? Adri's gonna pull out a chair for Current. They're like, I'm imagining there's like at least like a table that we can all sit at, of some kind.
Yeah, there's no chairs. There's like 3 broken chairs in the corner.
Lit.
Looks like we don't have any chairs here. But there is you can try and fix one by all means. You can make a chair out of books, or you could sit on that table with a map on it.
I'm just gonna sit on the floor. That's
Fred
Adri's
on the
choice.
table with the map on it.
Oh,
All right.
Well, all right.
I think Current's gonna go over and sit on the other end of the table next to Brian and just sit there and probably start, even though
This
trying to hold it together, like
close.
just start zoning a little bit.
This close to you, can I tell that you've been crying? Do you think?
Probably, yeah, and that I'm not holding it together very well.
I'm deeply uncomfortable with people crying. So
God.
Brian's gonna kind of like lean in a little bit and like very quietly just say, "Are you good?"
Oh god.
And
Oh no.
I'm so sorry. Current's gonna look at you, and that's just gonna be all Current needs to lose it. Just start
Current.
Brian like
sobbing.
leans back and just goes, "Oh god, oh no, oh no, oh god." Oh
Gideon
no.
leans in for a hug immediately.
Yeah, Adri jumps
I
to her
didn't
feet after
Why
getting
not?
cut
They
on the
could
ground.
pay
Say
him.
anything. I said nothing. I asked if they were good.
Adri like rubs like small circles on Current's back.
Brian's gonna hop down and go stand with Winona. She's now afeared.
Feared.
Kurt,
I was glad
Kurt
to hear
sees
with you.
Brian. Kurt sees Brian get very far away, and I'm
I
just
didn't
like,
say it. Winona, I
I'm
didn't say
sorry.
I know.
No, why are you-
I know. I know.
Hey, what happened?
Yeah, why are you
And it-
apologizing? It's okay.
It takes a little bit, and then my parents are alive. And apparently they're looking for me. I don't know. The guildmaster wouldn't give me answers. I wasn't allowed to ask questions.
Brian, you know that sounds a lot like her.
Did she say why you weren't allowed to ask questions?
I have to answer a question first.
Oh,
Yeah, it's a giving and exchange.
like a riddle?
You know,
It felt-
it's the sharing of information. You remember that when she said that? So like you gotta give, so you can get.
Right.
Yeah, but that was such a
Like
big
this.
info dump. That was
What did she tell you?
that she said she's seen my eyes before.
That's creepy. What?
Lucky her. Your eyes are beautiful.
This is your guildmaster.
No, I understand that. That phrasing is creepy. What does that mean?
I
It
don't
means that-
know.
She shares her parents' eyes, Brian. It's an expression.
Oh.
Well, we're gonna find them.
Well, Current has to answer a question before we can find them.
What's the question you have to answer, Current?
I'm supposed to figure out how to take my power back. And she said that I shouldn't go looking for them until I know the answer.
Is there
But
anybody?
you kicked ass today.
We still
Sorry.
lost.
I'm just emotional.
How
Is
is
there
this the
anybody-
second person that knows where my parents are? But
Hello? Excuse me.
Yeah.
Is there
Sorry,
anybody
sorry,
holding
Brian, sorry.
power over you right now other than the fucking crown?
I didn't think so, but apparently there is.
I mean, that would make sense, right? If somebody's holding power, like, does somebody have information on you that they're keeping? Like, is your the Atticus Whitmore?
Merrick.
What's a Merrick?
Who?
A fucking asshole. That's what.
Is this somebody I can kill?
Yes.
Yes. Well,
I can kill
Karen, it's
somebody.
up to you.
Yeah, Current, it's up to you. But Brian,
You
wanna
don't
kill
like it
someone?
when I kill people.
for this one. Go have fun.
I like it when you're a little dark. That's fun.
Don't
If you-
patronize me.
That I'm not patronizing. I'm saying I like that.
Can we not?
If you,
Okay. Thank you.
Was your guildmaster telling me to go kill somebody?
I mean, maybe.
Does she do that
Yeah, does
often?
she do that? Is that her MO?
I mean, she never told me to kill anybody, but I was like a child, so I don't.
That's not the vibe I got.
Yeah.
But
me
Kurt,
neither.
however you feel about this, we're gonna handle it however you want. How do you I mean, this is like something that I like dreamed of all the time, and you, not your parents, but I mean, yes, your parents being alive, but like, you know, like, oh, your parents are secretly alive in the wilds. And you know, are you how are you feeling?
I don't know that this is a lot. I don't even know what she do we find. Merrick, okay, if let's say that she is referring to this person. There was a person back on Kurthis before we left, Gideon, that was blackmailing me in exchange for information about my parents.
Your real parents or your Kurthis parents?
I'm so sorry. Was the name Merrick said around Brine?
Yeah.
Yes.
Brine, can I get a history check from you, please?
Oh yeah, sorry. She said Merrick, and I said, "What is a Merrick?"
Oh yeah.
What is a Merrick?
14.
14. You've heard his name in your circles, but
Okay.
you can't remember what exactly about.
Okay. So what is a Merrick was still an appropriate response. Perfect.
And he's here. He's here. I saw him. I saw him on the rooftop.
Is that what you were staring at earlier?
Yes.
Is that the fucker who is following us? Or are these different?
No, I think they were. Well, what?
He wasn't. You said he was wearing. You saw somebody wearing a cloak.
My creep was wearing a cloak.
I don't think he was wearing a cloak.
So now we've got
Right.
2 people following us.
Maybe it was
Right.
Nakia.
It's a
And
trend.
I don't know
guess.
that he was following us. I saw him.
Did he see you?
I don't think so.
Interesting.
Oh boy.
I've heard that name before, and I can't put my finger on why.
Like back on Kurthis?
Kurthis circles KM or Terrapine circles?
Crime circles, friend.
Just crime circles. Okay.
Mhm.
She didn't do a lot of crime on Terrapine, so definitely Kurthis. Kurthis. Do you know anything about him other than the fact that he's been blackmailing you?
No, I mean the last time that we talked before we left, he had a task for me, that something he's never asked me to do before ever, and claimed that would be it, that if I did this one thing for him, he would give me information.
What was the task?
He wanted me to find some type of, I don't know what it is. He just explained it as like this piece of metal, this rectangular piece of metal.
Oh.
Told me nothing about it and said that he needed it.
God damn it.
Do we?
He should not have that.
Fucking Rita was on this man's fucking radar. I'm so tired.
But he doesn't have it. I have it.
Keep it.
What do you mean?
Current, I don't know.
I mean,
Are you wait. Actually, retcon a little bit, because Brian knew that you had that, didn't she?
I think she only knew about Winona's, right?
Winona. Yeah, Winona is the
but
only
Winona's-
other person that I've shown, that Current showed it
Yeah.
to.
Oh, that's right. You had it with you when you came into my room intending to kill me. And then you didn't show it to me. Okay, so I'm going to stick with what I said then, which is, what do you mean you have it?
That's the other thing. Do you remember how I've talked about how my dad is missing? Nobody can find. Nobody knows where my dad's at.
Your actual dad or Atticus Whitmore, who's also on my list, just for the record.
Articus. And I received a letter right before we left, written on the back of the deed to our house.
Right, I remember that.
And with that letter, he also sent one of that metal slab.
I'm going to look at Winona.
What?
No,
Why are
it
you
just
looking
doesn't.
at Winona?
Oh no.
No, I think we got to say something now.
Say what?
Remember that?
Kurt, you already know. You already know that Winona has one.
I don't remember. I didn't remember. Okay.
Yeah. You guys showed each other yours, and I
No,
screamed
Kita-
real loud.
Kita
Winona
didn't
knows that
show.
Current
Did
has
not
one.
show
Current
hers.
doesn't
I
know
do
that
not
Winona
know.
has one.
I do not
Winona's
know.
the
I was
secret.
just laughing due to proximity. Keep going.
What is it, Winona?
Remember that night when we were hanging out in your room and we were drunk and you showed me the metal the metal slab that you're talking about.
Yeah, the Colossus. Yeah.
I
yes, I do.
kind of have one too.
So that's 2.
Don't tell anyone you have these. Both of you keep them hidden.
What the hell are these?
Super secret.
Can I do
I-
like a history check of some
Yeah, raise your
kind?
hands just so the audience can remember. Raise your hand if your PC knows the true nature of these things.
I rolled like a nat 20 on it when Current showed me.
Yeah,
Theirs.
so only Gideon still knows, correct?
Correct. Can I roll?
I
like,
don't remember what I know.
That's your job to remember, Festin. I can't.
Dungeon
That's
Master.
super supposed to remember everything. I can't remember
I
who knows
know.
what.
Can I roll some kind of history check for Nikia's card that she played during?
Yeah, I think that now that you've seen Nakia use one, you might have a little bit better frame of reference. Go ahead and roll an Arcana check for me.
23.
23. Yeah, you're pretty close to the truth now. Just a few more seconds in this conversation and you might put it all together.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna sit here and continue ordering my McDonald's. Continue.
No, I think like you're in the middle of a brain blast.
Yeah,
I don't
yeah.
want to give you the epiphany. I'm
No,
just saying you're
for
close
sure.
and it can happen in the scene when it feels right.
Did y'all take them out? Y'all took them out, right?
Oh yeah. I'll take
Yeah,
it out of my
I have
bag. Now
mine.
I'm holding it up to
Yeah.
Winona's.
What happens if they touch?
Those have magic in them. Adri's gonna blurt out really quickly.
No, Captain
Yeah,
Rita
no,
said they wouldn't
they're
set up
like-
the magic detectors.
You
They
can
could
do
be
magic with them. Nikia had
you-
those during our battle. Sorry, Nikia.
Remember,
Nakia
so
has
you
some of
can't see. So this is like a metal, right? So
Right.
you don't know for sure that there's a card in there. This is just
Yeah.
a metal in a card shape.
Yeah,
You-
for sure.
No way to be sure yet. But yeah, continue.
What happens if they touch?
I don't know.
Let's not.
I don't
find out.
want to find
They are
out.
old and powerful. Okay.
How do you know
And
that?
I-
Because Gideon.
Because Current showed me hers, and I knew there's something. There's something about them.
I got nothing. I look at those and I just see pieces of metal.
And my dad
Great,
told
keep
me
it that way.
Nothing.
But
Not
they're
a-
in
not a press
proximity and
here?
nothing's happening. Captain Rita said that they wouldn't set off the magic detectors in Kurthis.
Captain Reader's
And
also dead, so I don't know if we want to take advice from him.
Captain Rita is dead. He's probably dead because of Merrick.
Listen,
I
I
mean, he wasn't a great guy, but like, damn.
Sorry.
I
just
have
started apologizing.
fucking.
I don't care. Actually, I don't care. I don't care. You're fine.
This thing could fucking kill me for all I know.
You're probably right.
I don't.
Sorry, this is me
Why do we
imagining
have
Winona's
toys?
edible is it. This could
Winona, if you want, I mean, you should hold on to it naturally because nothing has happened yet.
Yes, I
But-
mean, I didn't tell anybody
What
about
happens
it
if they
because
touch? I want to know. Can I?
We are in
Fine.
your guild hall. If
I
something
need to say,
explodes,
what do you think they're gonna explode?
Hi-
I don't think they're gonna explode. That seems dramatic.
remember how he
destroy
made me swear to keep this thing protected?
Yeah, then he died.
I don't want to die
I
either.
don't want you to die either. I'm just saying.
okay. Maybe.
Should we? Look, listen.
Yes.
Let's just take it down a notch. Let's
Yeah,
just take.
let-
we are
let's
at a
go
10.
Master would
Let's
wanna
all.
know
I'm gonna
about
crank
these.
us back.
Sharing
We're gonna take it to like a
knowledge,
5.
information. If we bring these to her, she might have some information for us.
She's probably resting right now, but you're also probably right. So maybe we just.
I would
hold-
imagine that she probably is resting. However, this feels we've lost Molly. This feels like the kind of thing that we should give. This feels like an emergency. When we had one of these things, that was like one thing, right? But now we have two. I guess we've had two, and that feels.
Speaking of emergencies,
oh no.
Oh no.
You are all having this conversation surrounded by the table that Brian is sitting on top of. Well, conveniently keeping.
No, I moved away from the table to go stand with Winona because I made Current cry.
Oh, wow! Thank you for filling me in. So actually, then I think. Thank you. Thank you for keeping it accurate. That's on me. So I think at this point, the people who can actually see through the door, which are Adriel, Current, and Gideon, the castle kids.
Mm-hmm.
Ryan is yelling about making the cards touch, and you are paying a little bit of attention to her, but there's also something that has pulled you, and that is you have watched Ophelie like come back to this floor and seems normal and good until she like takes this like first step down off the staircase. And then you get the feeling that something's probably pretty wrong here because her body is just kind of lurching a little bit, woozy on its hands. And you can't quite, you're not close enough to get like the details of her, but all you see is her kind of walk to the door and say, Guildmaster? And then fall flat back. You hear a sickening crack as her head hits the stone.
What was that?
Hopefully, Adri will start running toward the hallway.
Yeah, so Adriel, you run out. You see that there is a prone Ophelie on the floor right in front of the Guildmaster's door. Is anyone chasing after Adriel?
I will.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so all of you rush out this door to see what the fuck has happened. And I think Adriel, you get there a few moments before everyone else does. And if you can tell them to turn or not look or do whatever, that is completely within your right, because you look down and you see Ophelie looking what can only be considered as lifeless, and her eyes are completely carved out.
Oh my god. Adri, like, her whole body is tense and she can like hear the footsteps of everyone coming, and she goes, nope, turn around, turn around, turn around.
Why? What's going on?
Turn
What's
around.
happening?
Do not
What's
ask me,
happening?
don't ask me questions right now. Brian, please turn around.
And
Brian
on
does
her
not turn around.
face, written, carved, some might say, the Grove dies, 3 words here, or the Guild dies. And that's where we're going to end this session. Ta-da!
Oh my fuck. Well, all right. I can't wait for chicken nuggets and decompressing hours. Anyway.
You're gonna eat chicken nuggets after that?
I'm
I
fucking
admire your
hungry.
ability.
What the
I admire your
fuck?
ability. No, I'm just saying.
She's dead?
I am nauseous.
She's dead. Her eyes are carved down. She has words on her skin.
She should have fucking gone to the party with Daisy. Sorry.
We dead or alive, we don't know. That is to be resolved next session. All you are to know is that the threat has been administered. And that's where we're leaving.